Welcome, guys. Hey, Jack. Welcome. Hey, Stuart. Good to see you guys. Hey, Dana. Good to see you. You're very welcome, every one of you. It's another Saturday, another stream. So, guys, how has your day been so far? Mine has been pretty good, actually. So I can't complain about that. Yeah, I forgot about that, Jack. It's Sunday in Australia, 6 a.m. in the morning. You are up early, Jack. Hey, darling vlogs. Good to see you. It's good to see every one of you. Much appreciated. Well, if anybody are up for it, just click the link and join me up here. Oh, yeah, Uncle Al.
Hey guys, and good morning. It's probably evening in Sweden. Let me get the light on.
Yeah, it is 8 p.m.
Yeah,
So it's evening.
yeah. Let me get rid of the echo.
Yeah, it's always a
Oh,
problem.
Donna. Hello, Oslander, and Harvey, and let's see, Stuart and Darling Blogs. Yeah, I think that's Darling. Darn. I keep putting eye
Yeah,
drops in.
darling vlogs. That's
Yeah,
right.
I keep putting drops in my eyes, so it's blurry. You know how that
The,
goes.
the eye drops.
Yeah. So, snow over yet over in Sweden or not yet?
Yeah, we have snow.
Good. I keep telling people we can't say about the subject, but carbon dioxide and all the other wonderful gases, and we could talk about changing climate, but we can't talk about the causes because that's one of the no-nos in the new list for the new year.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
It's always new things that is no every
yeah.
year.
Guess how many? I finally hit 3,000 watch hours. It took me 2 years to gain everything back. I have over 8,000, almost 9,000 watch hours. Unfortunately, none of it's, I can't use it for monetization. That's why I'm
Okay.
in the YouTube ghetto, folks.
Hey,
Hi, Matt.
second star.
It's always loads of fun. It's like, I thought I could get monetization. Oh, no, we can't use your stuff because you say all the truth on all this subjects. I had 6 pages I had to go through. You can't use this one. You can't use that one. You use the I word. It's like every time you use the I word in any of my videos, I get nailed for about 30 minutes on my watch hours.
Uh,
That's really fun. And I use a lot, not bad language, but not inappropriate language.
yeah.
The
I
20, the 20 you can't say. And I said, it's in the dictionary. You can't say that word. It's not gender neutral. It's not safe. Yeah, cat attack, cat right over your head was looking down on you. Ah,
Well, Uncle Al, I checked my watch hours. I have 1,247.
oh, that's good.
Yeah, I,
Yeah.
I believe it was 1,200. I
Yep.
can check that a little quick.
And we got 5 people watching. Everybody, please hit the like button to help out Jordan right here. Where's Jordan? Right there. I got my phone to watch them. So I have two
Yeah,
different. Yeah, because it's there's a delay. Let's see what else is going on in Sweden. Oh, I solved Sweden's fertilizer problem.
yeah,
Everybody pee in a bucket and give it to the farmer. That's full of
okay,
nitrogen. And I was
yeah,
reading history of Sweden. They used to have cows and guys collecting night waste and throwing it out in the fields. They stopped that
yeah,
when they introduced indoor plumbing. So it'll be a lot easier to just point the the sewers back onto the farm fields.
yeah.
Free fertilizer.
Uh, Correction. My watch hours is 2,272.
No, that's good.
Hey, Jack.
Hey, Jack.
Hey, good morning, good day, evening.
Yeah, you're Sunday over there? Or,
Sunday 0604.
mm. So how's
Yeah,
everything in Australia?
Interesting.
Yeah, I heard it's getting crazy over there.
yeah, I heard it's really going crazy in Australia now.
Yep,
People are living in denial.
true.
Yeah.
It's like half the country's um, sponsored by the CCP, and the other half of the country is still Australian. I can't tell which is which.
Oh, mate, it's just, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm actually beginning to get the impression that a lot of these people that have been conned into believing things that they've been told by the governments,
oh yeah,
right, are a little embarrassed or a little, I won't say, well, that embarrassment where you don't want to admit it. It's like, oh, we may have been conned. I may have been led to believe something that might not be true or that I don't necessarily believe in anymore. But then the pride comes into it and the usual, uh,
denial, the little
yeah,
bubble.
the human nature. I mean,
Yeah,
and I won't say I'm feeling sorry for him, but I am feeling sorry for him at the same time. I guess I'm getting soft. I'm learning.
yeah, that's all right because it's like Australia in the '80s. Australia in the '80s totally different from Australia today. Rem- You were born in the '80s or before the '80s?
Well, 70s, but Australia in the 90s was way different to what Australia is today.
Right. '80s and '90s totally different than Australia today because they weren't that crazy.
But you know what the funny part is? A lot of people are not different. A lot of people are just plain old, same old school Aussie, and you know, to just say what you think type of thing to people's faces without worrying about modern day feelings and touchiness and wokeness and all that. Just say it because the best thing is honesty and sincerity
True.
without the nastiness. You've heard that we often say the C word and stuff like that, which we do. It's like, okay, but it depends on which tone you use the C word in, for example.
Right.
You can say it to your best mate and it's not offensive, but you can use you can use the word mate in a way which is so offensive. I can't describe just how derogatory it is.
Oh,
It
it
just
is.
depends on what tone you use it in.
Right.
But you say it to a person's face, not behind their back. That's the difference.
Yeah, that's the difference.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see. Like I
Yeah,
said, I'm noticing a lot of people are now feeling, I won't say embarrassment, but that gut feeling where you sort of like, well, yeah. And then you stick to your guns just because of your own personal pride and whatever else, ego or
Right.
arrogance.
But like I said, right now I don't know where Australia is going because
Down
South
up
China
the
Sea,
creek,
yeah, up
up
the
the or
creek,
down the creek without a paddle.
paddle, yeah, chasing by a crocodile.
Yeah,
um,
well, among other things. Yeah,
Yeah,
but,
and when the crocodile is chasing you, the
yeah,
crocodile Dundee come with his big knife and
that's so nice. Yeah, yeah. The man
that
who,
always
the
cracked me
man
up.
who, yeah. You know what? That guy is a champ. He's a legend. But that one advertisement that he put out in the USA, I think he deserves to be strung up by his nuts for that one.
I
Put
know.
another put another shrimp on the barbie. It's
Yeah, I
not a
know.
shrimp, it's a prawn.
Yeah, but he made it for American use.
I know. Trust me, I know.
Right. But the hilarious thing is, I keep telling people, you forget the other countries in the South China Seas and the Pacific, the Micronesia area, and
Hmm.
well, you know what happened in the Solomon Islands. It's not because of economic problems. They don't like the Chinese there. They like the Japanese there, but they don't like the Chinese because the Chinese had been using the Solomon Island as their own little. You work now. You are Muslim. You will get beaten. You will work now. And and under those working conditions, wouldn't you grab your spears and like we're going to shrink your little heads at kind of time, Jack?
I don't know why anybody, I don't understand why anybody would react in a violent manner to any type of subjugation. Heaven forbid.
True. And the Japanese there is supplying aid because of what China did, and then the Australian government and sent in the troops to maintain peace.
Yeah,
Excuse me,
that's just crazy, man.
it is. These guys work 18 hours a day. They have a lunch break and they go home to sleep. That's it. And they work 7 days a week. I think a lot of people would be upset if they were on that kind of work program.
Yeah. Well, we've all been on that work program once or twice in our life.
Yeah. Yeah, but we did it voluntarily. But these guys get hardly any pay. And the
Oh, what's the
Japanese,
difference?
yeah,
They love
almost
it.
nothing.
Yeah.
And then the Japanese government's going into the Solomon support aid. And then the Chinese just realized that we were manufacturing plutonium for Israel and France because it's one of those secret dealings in the 80s. And they just realized, oh dear Lord, they have more nukes than us because China only has like 290 nuclear warheads.
And
Japan, since this all happened last year, been active, very active. It's a big
yeah.
joke in Japan. We're now the fourth biggest nuclear power next to Pakistan. We have a lot of nukes, and everybody's nervous because our stuff is up to date, not like Russia or America with their leaky warheads.
Oh,
That's
man.
why Russia is like, hey, Japan, we're really sorry about World War II. Please come over to our side. Did
You
you
reckon?
hear? Yeah, I'm not kidding. They even helped Japan design the Arctic icebreaker. I can stop laughing my head off. And there's ads for YouTubers for Russia. Join the Russian, I guess, information squad. We'll pay you good money, housing, everything. If you're a YouTuber and you want to help the Japanese, come to our site. And then the Chinese heard about that. And now all the Chinese, we will give you a Chinese wife. We will give you 2 million yuan. That's funny money. That's not even worth an Australian dollar. You know what the yuan is, right, Jack?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've heard of it. Yeah.
yeah, it's monopoly money.
Funny. Yeah.
It's not even worth a kroning, Jordan,
yeah,
and that's bad.
That was a low blow.
No, kroning's worth money because it's not
I don't
part of.
know.
It depends because I tell a lot of people.
It sounded
Uh,
kind of funny the way you said it, though. That's all.
Yeah, true. Sorry. Um, but
Sorry.
the kroning is worth more than the won. The won is totally pluie.
Well, here's a bit of information for you, Uncle L.
Sure.
I've spent oh many a, I'll say, relaxing hour trying to just catch up on Russian propaganda. And if you go through various, even YouTube channels now, you'll find Russian movies about the Second World War, short films, under an hour. And they're pretty well made, to be honest. They're very well made. And the scary part about those movies is that they literally always present um, Hitler as the representative of Europe. So it's pure Russian propaganda, and they present Europe as the enemy. And they've been doing this for the last few years, from what I can gather by the dates on the movies. And this is mainstream Russian TV or Hollywood, as we know it in America or Australia or the Western world, should I say? What we refer to as Hollywood. The big time movie makers. Well, guess what? The Russian movie makers are really pushing a narrative which is very anti-European.
Oh yeah. Which is kind of stupid because I keep telling people if Russia got smart, hopefully the Japanese to show them their errors, get smart and then be peaceful and join the EU. Can you imagine a Russian and EU complex? Because Russia
They
has
won't do that.
all this resources. Because people think Russia is big, not really. Russia is on this side of the Urals, plenty of people. On this side of the Ural, uh, where's the Russian? I don't see anybody. It's like the where I live.
Yeah,
Where's
but
Los
don't forget.
Angeles? Oh, it's over those past those mountains. I'm in the
Yeah,
boonies.
yeah, don't forget Eurasia. I mean,
Yeah.
we can say Europe and Asia as much as we want, but it is one landmass.
Oh
Eurasia
yeah.
is one huge landmass.
Yeah.
And Russia's got a piece of all three pieces of that cake.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
And it drove Russia crazy during the interwar period because that's one of my hobbies is history because they had a lot of territory to cover and a lot of people don't understand it. They've been fighting since the Russian Revolution in these like Central Asia, the Far East,
yes.
all over the place. And that's why their tank development during World War II was so advanced. And it just drove everybody nuts because
Oh, yeah, not so much so advanced, but the World War Two tank development. Well, no, just like with everything, they had the numbers. It wasn't technologically advanced at all. It was just pumping out the numbers,
yeah.
robustness of something that was like, you know,
Well, during the
great.
20s, the Soviets and Germany had a tank program, but Stalin looked at it and says, if I can't drive it, because Stalin was a truck driver and a tractor driver before he became imperial leader,
Yeah,
he said he couldn't drive a German tank. So he shot everybody. I like Stalin. Yeah, you're not fired. Go against the wall.
yeah.
He got rid of everybody and started from scratch. And he everybody thinks he's a clod, but no, he reads up. He was only the one dictator of the 20s and 30s that constantly read. And guess where he bought the suspension for all Soviet tanks?
Wouldn't have a clue.
From Texas, from Charles Christie.
But
It's a
you guys are on the
Christie.
same side. You guys are on the same side.
Yeah, it's like because he read stuff. And Stalin says, go to Texas, talk to this farmer Christie, buy his tractor. And they did. And that's how come all Soviet tanks were easy to drive, reliable. They get shut up a lot by the tigers, but one tiger, 10,000.
Yeah, exactly.
T-34s, and the guy who put the chassis onto the Christie tractor, he drove it all over Russia to prove it to Stalin that he could drive it. Even Stalin drove it for a little while. And the only bad thing about it, it didn't have a toilet and it didn't have a heater, which was really bad during the
Yeah.
Russian winters.
Oh well,
Oh, they
the
solved the
bucket,
problem,
the
right?
buckets. Yeah.
Yeah, they solved that problem. You know what they used to use with the old tank shells after they fired, and people still can't believe what the hell they did with that. They would cut off
Um,
the bottom of a used tank shell as a cap, and there's your toilet. And once they're
yeah.
done, you open the hatch and you threw the shell out.
Ish. But
Yeah,
here's
but it
another
did
here's
work.
another statistic about Russia, and I'm talking Russia here, not Soviet Union, but Russia now. Just like with the movies, they what was the figure? I don't want to tell a fib, but I think the current figures, which are a little out of date, were that over 30% of Russia's population slash military, um, or well, when I say military, I mean men who are qualified to have trained because they have mandatory service there still, um, or are Muslim by faith, and that the estimate back a couple of years back, just not that many years ago, maybe 2, 3, 4 years ago, was that by the year 2020 something, there'll be up to in the reach of 70% of a population that is Muslim.
Yeah,
And again, qualified. When we talk military capacity in the world, what a lot of people don't realize is that every single healthy male, is considered to be a potential soldier. So that is part of the statistics in that we'll say the manpower with no whatever connotations of female, male, gender, blah blah blah, all that crap. But it's just the way that what's the country's capacity for as far as military capacities go. They say, okay, these are the number of men in the country who could hold a rifle and basically defend their homeland, and that's
yeah,
one of
but
the statistics. But the difference is in Russia, every single male has gone through what you guys in the States call boot camp. Initially they've gone through the recruit course, the boot camp. They've gone through the initial employment training, and they've done, I don't know, 12 months, I think it is, or something like that,
yeah,
of service.
right.
So physically
That's
fit, mentally disciplined, self-sufficient as far as knowing that they get the job done when they have to get it done, and knowing that they have a job to do it, and that they're part of the cog. They're a cog in the system, and that if they don't do their job, the rest of everything fails. So they're very, very disciplined, and they're not egoistic like what you see a lot of university students saying,
right.
I am God, I am this, I am that, me, myself, and I, me, myself,
Yeah,
and
I
I.
know. Okay, I agree with Jack. The worst wars they had in Russia recently was Russia versus Chechnya. Like
Yes.
Jack said, all their trained fighters for urban warfare, guess where it came from?
Ta-da.
Where?
Chechnya. So they sent trained recruits, Russians from other side of the Urals, with tanks. This is typical since the Hungarian Revolution. We'll drive a bunch of tanks with regular troops that weren't in combat, and we'll scare everybody, and it'll be over. We'll put down Serbia, we'll put down Czechoslovakia, we'll put down, and goes down. It worked well until they hit Chechnya. Chechnya fought in the last, before the Americans Afghan wars in the 80s, and these guys been fighting. These were the trained tankers that fought everybody for the Russians, and these were Muslims. They just asked for independence. Russia just all I have to do was sign a pen and would save all these. And what did Russia military did? Send in a tank battalion. Except the Czechnians were the guys that used to drive in those tanks. So you're in a urban setting against former tank soldiers. Who do you think won?
Um, yeah, that
Yeah,
wasn't the guy that came in like a rookie. That's for sure.
yeah, because it's all brand new Russian people versus 40-year-old and 30-year-old guys who used to fought in the Afghan wars, and everybody had rocket launchers. So they came in single line. Rookie mistake. You don't enter an urban area single line. It's like, yes, shoot us now. And you know what happened, Jack? They shot the last tank. The last tank is burning. And
They
it
can't
didn't
go
help
back.
because, yeah, it didn't help when they're throwing bouquets of flowers onto the tank and they're wondering why the tank's wet. It's not water in those vases, it's kerosene. They were throwing kerosene and flowers at the tank and they're waving flags of the former Soviet Union at the Russian tanks, and they didn't realize that they were getting set up. So by nightfall, everybody with the anti-tank rocket and RPG just started picking off one by one, and they didn't have any ground troops supporting it. That's
Yeah,
another mistake, rookie
and the
mistake.
road, and there's the road system in the former Eastern Bloc, which uses canals, which are in I forgot the exact depth now. I'm getting old, but next to each road in the former Eastern Europe, the old roads, not the new modernized ones in like you see in the former Eastern European countries now, but like in the Western Europe, but you'll see roads which on the sides they have these deep ass canals, no matter where they are, whether they be urban or the towns around the city or all the main roads, especially the main roads, and those canals are deep enough so that a tank cannot cross them. And that is the exact reason for that. Once a tank is on that road, it is on that road. It cannot leave that road. It cannot get off the road, which makes it a sitting duck.
Yeah, and
And
that's
that's
why they had.
all over
Yeah,
the Eastern Bloc.
that's why they had all the canals. Any Soviet country, former Soviet bloc country, all their roads are near a canal, not for irrigation, not for farming or decorative, because you can't drive a tank through a canal. Now later, when they made the lighter tanks like the T-90, which is an underwater tank, and I heard those tankers had to do submarine exercises, escape from a flooded tank because
Okay.
they.
Um, no, you're thinking canals like waterways. I'm talking canals like ditches, what we would refer to as ditches,
Right.
which any one of us can jump over, right? Any one of us can jump over a small ditch, a little rainwater ditch. No, the rainwater ditches. Now I've got to translate. The rainwater ditches slash the canal system is literally about almost anywhere between 4 and 6 foot deep, roughly, and the right width so that a tank, if it were to enter it at any angle, it will literally go nose down. It cannot cross that ditch. So we're talking next to each road, there is, you get what I'm saying? That's why you
Yeah.
don't see too many highways, what we refer to as highways, in the former Eastern Bloc. You only have tactical highways, which are for commercial use, but which can be cut off at multiple points easily. And again, what do you see next to those highways in the former Eastern Bloc? Canal system slash ditches, which are big enough to, heaven forbid you fly off, if you blow a tire and run off the highway in any of these former Eastern Bloc countries. You're literally in a ditch that is angled down steep, angled up steep, and about 4 to 6 foot deep.
Yeah. That sounds like our irrigation ditches over here because I live in the desert and we have to have them deep and at an angle because it's 106 in the summer and we only get like about a foot of water. If it's any shallower than 4 foot, the water evaporates. It doesn't go out to the field. So
See,
it
you
has to
guys
be
are
deep.
doing it. Yeah, you guys
Yeah.
are doing it for water. Over there, it's done for the defense system. Former Eastern Bloc, everything was always Cold War, Cold War, Cold War. So when you're talking about Chechnya and any of these former Soviet Union bloc, well, Eastern Bloc countries, regardless whether they
Right.
be in Europe or Asia, either way, the system is the same. So they're always so afraid of somebody attacking, you know.
Yeah. It doesn't help when you have also your former tank crews fighting against you because
Oh, they'll
Chechnya was.
sitting. Tanks are a sitting duck. Simple as that. They always have been, always will be. Tank
Yep.
is a death trap for X amount of men, 6 men, 5 men, whatever.
I think it's been reduced to 3 men now, but in the old days it was five, four, and now down to three. And I got to
There
say
you go.
hello to Dark Gamer and Thorhaven. Hi, guys.
Yeah, good day, everybody. Sorry, I was ignoring the. Well, I'm on my first coffee.
Not a problem. I just can't see
But
too good.
so look at it.
Welcome,
Just look at
Golga.
yeah. So take into account those. Like I said, I started doing my homework on the propaganda on the other side to see what they're talking about, what narrative they're spreading to their people, to their nations or nation in this case. Um, and it is very anti-European. It has been for X amount of years now, and it's playing on the Second World War um, niche or narrative. So people are really, really, really being brainwashed over the past X amount of years to see
Yep.
Europe as the eternal enemy. And I'm not joking. I'm not. I'm
I
actually
know. I
not
know.
joking because some of the wording, like in one of the movies, it's a scene of a monologue from Adolf Hitler himself. Well, not the real man, but the actor, but playing the role, and he's like pretty much word for word here. I just made happen what everybody was thinking. We wanted to protect ourselves from the East, from the Russians. They're the ones that everybody was talking about behind the scenes, behind the door, behind closed doors. We just did what everybody was thinking in Europe. I mean, and that was literally word for word the lines from one of these movies. Was that telling the ordinary Russian kid who's watching this movie, my enemy is my eternal enemy is the Europeans because they always wanted to attack and invade and overtake Russia? And just as one example, and that's maybe one of the. But again, it's like showing Adolf Hitler as the bad guy, but at the same time, people are watching these movies come out in one after the other, after the other, after the other, after the other, and then add on to that the mainstream media, the news, and this and that, and so on. With Putin and Mr. Peepads himself, the meeting, and then NATO and Russia and this and that. It's like the eternal enemy. Who? Europe.
Yep. It's same thing with Japan, with China. China, CCP always portrayed Japan as the evil Axis power of the East, and they show you the communist guerrillas trying to fight the Japanese. It wasn't like that. What happened during World War II is the communists made a deal with the Chinese, so you don't see these big battles between communists and the Chinese. It's always Japanese army versus the nationalists, because before war broke out between China and Japan, the nationalists was kicking the Chinese communists' butt. I mean, they were doing the Long March before Japan even invaded. And I watch a lot of Chinese TV and I'm cracking up. No, you got the whole thing wrong. It wasn't these brave peasant warriors of the Communist Party. They were helping the Japanese try to defeat the nationalists. That cracks the hell out of me because once it got bad and Russia came in, and then the Chinese communists said, whoops, we see the tides of war. We better backstab our so-called ally. So they backstabbed all all the major units in China, and the Japanese wait, aren't you going to sell us oil and rice? Oh no, the Russians came in near dead meat. They got backstabbed. It's like, hi, ally. We're not going to shoot you. You're a friend. And then, like, look over there. Stab. And then
That
they
is
got,
basically they come in with a white flag, and when they turn back the back,
yeah. And then they said, see, Americans, we're defeating the Japanese. Give us all your tanks and stuff. And the nationalists, like, wait, we're the real army of China. Don't give it to these guerrillas. Oh, it's all right. We'll just give them everybody a tank. And you know where national China is? It's on Taiwan now.
Not for long.
I hope if the CCP is stupid enough to attack Taiwan, did you know what the Americans left on on the islands in front of Taiwan during World War II? Because the Aussies didn't want them because they were way too big.
No, I don't know. No.
They have 5 250 millimeter howitzers. These things shoots like anywhere from 14 to 15 miles away. So imagine a truck flying through the air, same speed as a cannon shell, landing into your city.
Nothing.
Okay, it's a big piece of artillery.
yeah,
So they
Well,
could,
I understand. I'm just saying, no thanks to seeing a big truck fly through my city or fly in
right,
front of my house.
right, full of explosive blowing up. So
Mm.
if China's crazy enough to try to land things over there, they can nail every city facing Taiwan in 15 minutes, over 2,000 shells. I don't think they're going to try that unless they take out these uh, howitzers. These are the old howitzers they used against the Japanese in the hills like Iwo Jima. You know that big mountain.
yeah.
They blew the hell apart. That's naval and U.S. Army howitzers just pounding the crud out of it. So you're in a city in China on the coast, and you're noticing, gee, since when the Taiwanese have cannons like that? Because you know how big a 250 millimeter shell looks like.
It's a big one.
Yeah, yeah. And every 5 minutes they could launch a shell. So you can imagine they just change direction and hit a new city. They don't need bombers. They just keep firing it. And if they bring their own jets to try to knock these out, good luck. On these islands, it's like you have to take like 5 or 6 big Chinese bombers and just kamikaze right into the front of it because they hardened these islands with cement. So basically, you're shooting at a cement block with a 22. You'll get it done, but it's going to take you a long time.
Phew. Just and from what little I managed to catch on with China, I haven't done my homework there as far as their propaganda machine. I mean, we got the general gist of things, but that general gist of things, even though it may be a generally correct type of view on things, it doesn't make it specific to the times to know what. And you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if China were to actually, if there were to be, okay, hypothetical, if there were to be a world war breaking out in the very near future, on the west side of Eurasia, namely Europe, I wouldn't be surprised if on the eastern side of Eurasia there were to be a few scuffles happening as well. And knowing the propaganda that we've seen up to date, I wouldn't be surprised if the communist leaders, the Communist Party of China, were to be so bold as to do something, some sort of offensive on the western coast of, the good old US of A, and get their asses whooped.
I don't think so. They have a pretty good program if they get it right. But I'm anti CCP because, Jack, if you see these guys and they're offering you a nice Chinese wife new and 2 million yuan, say no. You can get the
Okay,
book. It's
I
really
got a
funny.
wife. I got a wife, and I can't spend one anywhere here. So what's the
Yeah.
point?
I tell them, no, I don't want the yuan. If it's dollars or Australian dollars, maybe. And we always need a new wife, no matter what. But if you love
No,
your
no, no,
wife,
no.
you don't want to
One's
do
enough,
that.
mate.
Yeah,
One's enough. Plenty.
funny. But they're getting desperate. They have a plan and they could do it. But the trouble is, they got to get rid of Guam first. If they get rid of Guam, I keep telling the Democrats around here, you want to be smart, make Guam the 51st state. It's already territory. It's been through hell worse than Hawaii. You make Guam a 51st state, and we could touch every Asian base in the Pacific just like that. And no country is crazy enough to attack a U.S. state. Of course, they might, because once you take Guam,
Just
go ahead, Jack.
like I was saying, if it happens in the European side of Eurasia, I wouldn't be surprised if it happens something similar or some sort of scuffles, as I just named them scuffles, happen on the eastern side of Eurasia, namely on the China side of Eurasia.
Yep.
It's. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it wouldn't surprise me at all. It wouldn't
Right.
shock me.
And people forget Putin used to be, during the 80s, a lieutenant in the first Afghan wars, and he has a grudge. It's
Oh,
common
and
knowledge.
yeah,
Oh, yeah, he's
yeah.
really, because a lot of people don't know that Putin had a brother, and his brother was a technical supervisor in Afghanistan, because everybody forget Afghanistan was at that time communist before the what you call it. It was a very modern state. But when the Mohad Hadid came in and stuff that, guess what they did to Putin's brother, who was unarmed, was a technical supervisor, and he's like, okay, you kill my oldest brother, I'm coming back and get you guys for good. And he keeps a promise because he's really, really not that happy a man.
Well, yeah. If it's personal, then rationality seems. When it's personal, rationale goes out the window.
True, RG, they could take San Francisco and most of LA. Just leave where I live alone. We grow food that you eat.
I think
Yeah.
China
However,
will be more interested in going to their west. They've always already tested the border with India. They want landmass rather than islands.
Yeah, but India's,
yeah,
they got their butts kicked several times by India because I study
that's
military history. Go ahead,
yeah,
Jack.
but also India is also accepting. India is one of the countries that has agreements with Russia. China and Russia have an agreement for direct trade. India and Russia have agreements. India and China have agreements. But I think India and Russia have military agreements as well. So,
India and Russia has military agreements because of 1971, when Russia and China had a border dispute, and India had a border dispute at the same time. You see, Russia and India does a dance with China, and sometimes China tries to take the lead, and China always gets their butts kicked because seriously, Russia don't trust them nor the India. And nobody trusts Pakistan. They're the biggest backstabber the U.S. ever known
The
because
world
the world, all right? Because guess who they gave nuclear power to? The
was it North Korea?
nope.
No,
They
who
got
was?
North Korea gets it from China, but Pakistan gave Iranians nuclear power.
Oh, oh, that's been going. Yeah, that's been going for years. That's like
True.
old. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You see, the person numbs down to it all. It's like, oh yeah, we know about that. That's old news, and you just put it in the past. And once you forget about it, it just becomes irrelevant because the issues we're just flabbergasted with everything around us. We're just overwhelmed with everything around us, and we just put information like that to the side. But also, Russia, um, India, and China now, because of these agreements, and there's a few other countries involved as well, but I'm not going to name them because I'm not sure which ones. Again, I
Yeah,
don't
I
remember.
know.
I don't remember phone numbers as well as I used to. I'll just word it that way to say that I'm getting old. um, they have an agreement with Saudi Arabia for oil. Again, direct trade. So the USA right now, the USA with its let's say for example the petrodollar, it doesn't exist. The, I listen to all these economical blah blah blah. It's like, what are you talking about? There are agreements out there in this world on international levels which are literally made the petrodollar obsolete. It doesn't exist. It isn't the international currency. The US dollar is not the world currency.
Not anymore.
Not
It hasn't been
anymore.
for
No.
yeah, it hasn't been for a long time actually. When you think about it, especially when with the agreement with the Saudi Arabians as just one of the key player being Saudi Arabia. Sorry, Russia has a separate agreement with them. Russia has an agreement with India. Russia has an agreement with China. Russia's the middleman for more than 50% of the world now when it comes to currency and trading and guess what? Oil derivatives.
Right.
Ta-da!
But people forget that China's been trying to do this game against Russia, and Russia doesn't like it because the US is totally out there. They don't understand what's going on in geopolitics. It's between Russia and China. China has the lead in Africa and Central Asia. Russia doesn't like that because remember in the old days, Russia was, hi, we'll support you and we'll fund you and everything. Now here's China. Hi, we're China. We're taking over Russia. We're giving you crappy products. We buy your airports and we'll give you all this money.
Mhm.
And people don't understand why buying all these ports and the airports because they set up information sites. Again, I got to bring this book up. Political warfare.
Yep.
Every port, every airport has a digital tower. So if you're using your smartphone within that area, let's say you're in Africa, and you say, wow, I got great reception. They have tapped into your phone or computer or laptop, and you just gave all the information to the Chinese. Russia doesn't do that. Russia sells arms, technology, and supports people so they can get a good hold on them. China, on the other hand, says, screw you guys, we're taking everything you own and you're our slaves now. That's why you know what happened in, I forget, I think it was the Congo where they beheaded a whole bunch of Chinese advisors and stuck it on poles. Did you hear that in the news, Jack?
No.
Oh, God. That's been kept quiet. The Congo took a lot of money from China, and
Yeah.
the Russians, I keep calling them Soviets, I got to stop doing that, but the
Mm.
Russians stepped in to save the Chinese advisor because the Chinese says, well, they're only advisors. They could die. Goodbye. We got their money and we got their airport. So in the Congo, and the Chinese are running to not to their embassy because the embassy pulled out and left them there. They're running to the Russians embassy, say, "Please save us! I don't want to die. I don't want to be on a head on a stick." Because all the workers that these so-called companies and advisors were doing in the Congo was like slavery, and these people were mad. When if you see somebody mad and chasing you with a panga, that's a big bush knife after you because you treat them like dirt for the last 10 years, I think I would get the hell out of there by any other means. And
Yeah.
so the Congo, Russia stepped in to calm them down. So did the French to calm them down because it's getting really ridiculous on the world stage because China's everywhere, including
I mean,
America and Australia
Australia.
and New Zealand. It's like they're all over the
I think
place.
Look, Australians just like Americans, right? We don't have military service. We don't have school cadets anymore, which is more so an Australian thing than American because you guys have what 300. Hang on, my alarm clock. And you guys have like what 360 million people roughly.
350.
350. Sorry, we only have like 26 million people. Yeah, and our cadet system, our school cadet system, which was an intricate part of our defense force, was literally banished, destroyed, taken apart, dismantled,
Right,
killed.
during the 90s,
Right?
right?
No, during the 70s by the biggest traitor in Australian history. And I'll say this openly without any remorse or any. They can take me to court. I'll prove it. I will literally put the facts on the table in front of any judge and say, if this isn't treason, I don't know what is. And that was Gough Whitlam, who was Prime Minister, who got fired, by the way, by
Right.
the Governor General at the time. The Queen put him in his place, put it that way. And, well, not really. He should have been behind bars. Should have been hang him high, literally, for treason. Unfortunately, it wasn't war, so they couldn't hang him, but life in prison. But he didn't. He literally destroyed our Australian Defence Force by destroying our cadet system because that made every single male student know how to survive in Australia, how to handle a rifle, how to do their job, and get some self-discipline.
Yep.
After that, all we have is a pack of, and I'm one of them. I'll just say, let's just say, if there was no military background in my lifetime, I'd be just another typical Aussie who enjoys camping, enjoys this, enjoys that, but also enjoys his city water and enjoys his public toilet in every corner and so on, and the shops in every corner and stuff. You get what I'm saying? You see the
Yeah.
similarities there between Americans and Australians. It's like you take the typical male from Australia or from America, no matter how good a person is in anything that's not necessarily urban, like shooting a rifle, which many Americans have an idea that Australians don't have rifles.
No, it
Our
used to
rural,
be. Well, Australia used to have a bunch of rifles. Then they had that weird thing by
but
who
right
did.
now, the distribution of rifles now is more so rural than what it is urban. Put it that way, which makes sense. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm not agreeing with anything that happened by any means. I don't want anybody to get that impression. But there are more rifles out there today than what there was yesterday, than what there was, back in the 80s and 90s. The difference being there's no automatics now. They're all rural rifles, bolt action rifles, basically
Right.
single shots. Very few semi-automatics, and that's only for those people that are pest control specialists or professionals. So, and not every Yahoo can get a rifle, which in some ways I agree with. I can't say I disagree with some of the logic behind it. You want a rifle? Yeah, go through all the checks, pass the test, know what you're doing, know how to handle it first. But guess what? Unfortunately, you can't self-defense. That when it comes to the topic of self-defense, that's where it's like human rights, self-defense, equal and opposite force. Well, if I can't have the equal and opposite force accessible to me, how am I going to defend myself against someone who has that illegally? And
True.
that's where the topic comes in, where it's always a heated debate, and it comes down to self-discipline, responsibility, know-how, and everything. And we go back to the 70s and we see, that's when it all started.
Yeah.
Because why? Because of the treason that was committed by then the Prime Minister, who questionably was the Prime Minister, questionably. Again, there was other things involved there as well, because was he legally Prime Minister or not? Well, maybe legally, but lawfully, as per the Constitution, as per the voting, and so on and so on. But we're getting to a stage where every single person in the former Eastern Bloc, every single person, including male and female, many a time, like in China, are qualified to defend their country, and yet not even every single male in our countries is qualified to defend our country or your country. You see my point? That's the similarity that I see. That's the similarity that I see. You may have 350 million bodies in the USA, and we'll just say 175 million of them are male, just 50-50, just to put a number out there.
Right.
Australia might have 26 million, of which 13 million are males. Just a general 50-50. But how many of those 13 million, or your 175 million, are actually qualified and have the know-how to defend their country, their family, their homeland? You see my point?
Right. Before we get on, Jack, with this discussion, Jordan, do you have anything to say?
Harvey says, breaking. Netherlands imposes hard lockdown, bars, cafes, and all but most essential stores will close in Netherlands until mid-January over fears and propaganda. Do you know anything about that, Uncle Al?
Yeah, they're worried about the O virus. I can't say the word because it just got listed as one of these things we can't say, but we could say the O virus.
Oh, the Charlie Victor.
Yeah. So, big thing, folks, is be careful. Don't do like the idiots here. They thought we got the jab. I can't say shot. The jab, and go around doing bad habits like close together, touching your eyes, nose, and then touch produce and canned goods. That's real. I want to eat something. Don't do that. Wash your hands. Wear a mask. And if you touch something, you put it in your basket. Don't go around rubbing your nose or, and then touch produce or canned goods or food. Do not do that. Let's see, what is it? Oh, yeah, Matt. A lot of Chinese importers are buying all their food they can because they really screwed up the countryside in China. They're starving over there. And when you get a 500 million people starving, your governments really worry. Yes. They're buying all the meat and all the resources. And
that is a lot. That is a lot of food and a lot of meat.
Yeah, it's true, RG. We remember the days where you could buy a shotgun, automatic shotgun, and walk out the same day and go hunting. And I remember I got the timer on the TV. 1 second.
Yeah.
Yeah, RG, same thing in Australia. The criminal aspect of any type of firearm is still there. The black market still exists, unfortunately. But it does. That's reality. And it's only the real good people who wouldn't abuse it who are the ones that are paying the price. But because of our politicians and the decisions made, like I was mentioning earlier in the 70s, you have people out there who, even if they owned a firearm, to just give a general name to it, guess what? They wouldn't be efficient with it. They wouldn't know what to do. And I say that with quotation marks. You get my point? And I'm not picking on anybody. I'm just stating facts which are not popular to anybody.
Yeah, I'm back, folks. Sorry about that TV.
That's okay.
When I was a kid during the 50s and 60s, everybody who went to high school drove a truck, farming community, and we had a shotgun. Could be a double barrel, it could be a pump action, could be automatic, and was in every truck in the high school parking lot. Because you try to, it's all right. You try to bike 20 miles or 40 miles in the hot sun with a shotgun strapped to your back and then go hunting after high school, you know, when school lets out before you go back and bag a dove or a pigeon or a pheasant. You can't do that nowadays. And well, yeah, true, Thorhaven. Back then, if you did something stupid like that, you go to prison, or we can't say that other word. I think they should put back those laws. Yeah, it's true, but Japan been doing this for 20 years, and they've been least affected by the virus. They had strains, and I could say virus, it's still okay, but Japan was always health conscious because back in the 1920s, when this really hit, it wiped out half of Japan's population because of bad habits. Now, Japan, every flu and cold season, they wear a mask, and they do don't touch your eyes, don't touch your nose, don't touch your mouth. And Japan was fine, but over the like last 40 years, they got relaxed on this, and now they're putting back the, don't touch your face, don't touch your eyes, 6 feet away from people. Which country is that? America, Japan, or Australia?
I think it means Japan.
Yeah, Japan's very nice and it's very clean. Um, Japan likes Australia a lot and wants more investment from them.
Yeah, well, I don't know what's going on now, but as far as what's going to, I don't know what's going to be going on. It's very hard to predict some things, especially in the economics world, but in the world of economics, that is. But I can see Japan and Australia being very close allies, along with the United States, in the very near future. That's all I'm going to say on that topic.
Yeah. Well, reason why is Japan wants Australia's beef industry. It's a little hard when you have little tiny island and you have to share it with the cow. You know, it's really crowded in Japan.
Yeah, it is.
So, um,
Oh, I'm
And
thinking more along the lines of we will have to be united,
yeah,
otherwise we'll all be screwed.
big
Sorry
time.
for the French. Yeah.
that's true.
I'm trying to type in high arc wildman. I'm trying to type it
Although
in.
Europe, Shadow, um,
Yeah.
Europe, I'm very concerned about Europe and what's not. I'm not talking about the V now, the Charlie Victor. I'm talking about um, again with the Soviets. Uncle L's got me back in the 80s now
Yeah,
with
I
my
know.
terminology. Thanks for reminding me about reality and the truth. the Russians and
Russia.
Ukraine and NATO and Western Europe and I'm really concerned about Europe and where that's heading. What's going on there? Because Russia, it's packed with the Middle Eastern countries. The current situation with the population changes in Europe that have happened over the past decade or two systematically every year, and that includes North Africa as well when I talk about that,
Mm-hmm.
because interlocked with the Middle East and the Mediterranean region, and then looking at Europe, it's like it's got two fronts. It's got the front from the north and the east, and it's got the front from the south and the east. It's like this isn't looking good. Or the situation in Turkey, which maybe in Sweden doesn't seem that much of an important issue. Sorry, Cyprus, not Turkey. Where I don't know how familiar you guys are with current affairs there, but there was a Turkish guy, um, Muslim by faith, who went to the Greek side of Cyprus, and he went to a mosque, and the mufti or whatever his name is there said, "Sorry, but no." He said, "But it's late at night. I've got nowhere to sleep. I don't trust these Greeks. I want to, can you just spare me a bed somewhere?" And the, I keep wanting to say priest, but the mufti, the whatever, their version of a priest,
Right.
said, sorry, mate. The answer is no. So what did he do? He went out and got whatever, a canister of petrol and or fuel and tried to burn the bloody mosque down. But the propaganda on the Turkish side of Cyprus and all of Turkey, mind you, all of Turkey, is that they tried to burn a mosque down on the Greek side of Cyprus. Right? It didn't say who. It didn't say why. It just said there was a mosque that was burnt. It was like the propaganda machine was so anti-Greek Cyprus, and yet the facts don't matter. Perfect example of propaganda. But the funny part about that, or no, the sad part about that is actually that it's building up a situation where the war drums are beating down in the Middle East / not so much Middle East, but the part of the European Mediterranean region, which is controlled by the Middle Eastern
Block.
way of life. There, I'll just word
Yeah.
it that way without going into the specifics of cults and
Right.
religion.
But it gets funny, Jack, because right now it's like, oh God, it's like the good, bad, and ugly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because the ugly is now United States. The bad is the Brotherhood. You know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And then we got Clint Eastwood. And it's got to be the most stupidest thing. It's either is Israel or Israel, Russia together, which I thought that was way crazy.
No, I don't think Israel and Russia will go together because that won't fit. Yeah,
You
it
better catch
won't.
up because Israel and Russia signed a couple of treaties in the last 2 months, and they're opening trade and everything, diplomatic trade and also military, because
Ooh.
what's going on in the Middle East. Because America is now the wild card. It's like already Israel's fighting 2 undeclared wars, secret wars
Yes.
against America. Russia's been always fighting with America, and Israel says we have the same problem with our ally enemy or frenemy, and so they're joining forces because they don't want to be the victim out of the thing. Because United States don't have any Muslim countries on their borders. Israel's surrounded by them,
Yes.
and Russia has how many? 15, 20 of states and also countries that are Muslim on their borders with Russia.
And they're over 30%. A few years back, they were over 30% Muslims themselves.
Right. So America doesn't have anything. America is causing trouble from Morocco. I forgot. Algiers to Morocco to Libya, Algiers. I forgot what's there's another state in between. North Africa.
Egypt.
Oh, Egypt. Egypt. And everybody, and then Captain Crazy. I can't say a name because it's one of the words we can't say on YouTube. Captain Crazy and
Captain Chip.
Right.
Peephead.
Yeah. Is trying to start a war in the Horn of Africa, which is a lot worse for Australia, Japan, Europe, and Israel, because the Horn of Africa is where the Suez Canal that's out to the Indian Ocean. And Captain Crazy wants to start a nuclear war there with Yemen and let's see.
Well, China's got their port there as well. What, 6 clicks or 7 clicks north of the US port?
Right. And they're trying to start a nuclear war with China over in the Horn of Africa and also Ethiopia, because Ethiopia and Russia are like this, and they want Russia out of Africa, but at the same time they want this other group that's been sponsored in Eureka. Is it Eureka? Eureka? I can't pronounce it. It's an African country north of Ethiopia. Is sponsored by China. They're a terrorist group. They've been terrorists for the last 50 years. And they got backing by the Chinese and the Muslim Brotherhood. You know who I'm talking about.
Yep.
And it's like, What the hell are we doing? True. True, RG. We're on our own until 2024. Nothing is normal until 2024, folks.
Oh, nothing's normal at all, even after
Right.
2024. Normal. Nothing is
Yeah.
normal is what we used to call normal. That's for sure.
Right. And like I said, uh, yeah. Hi, Mac. Is it Mac Angel? Yeah, it's Mac Angel. And hi, who's your Archer? And Mary,
Hey,
1970.
Curtis. Welcome.
Yeah.
Hey,
Uh,
Mary.
I do
Welcome.
tell everybody in the whole world three things important you have to buy: food, gas, that's petrol. But
Yeah.
you don't have a car, so you could buy more food, Jordan.
Yeah. I put
But
my money on food instead of
petrol,
fuel.
yeah. But Jack, you still drive a truck, right?
Duh.
Yeah, I would
Yes.
stockpile. Yeah,
Sorry.
get a 55 gallon drum and fill it up with gas. Just take your little liter gas can, and
I
every
hear
time
you.
you fill your truck up, you fill that big drum up and stash it in the barn. Make sure you put a fuel stabilizer in it. Oh, hi, Mac
We're
Angel.
on diesel. We're on diesel.
Oh, diesel good, but you got to put a. You're burning green or red.
Anything that's oil based.
Yeah. If it's here, it's we got green and red. Greens for agricultural, reds for what you call it, public transportation or car use. Um, if you do use diesel, put a stabilizer in it. I don't think Jack needs to do it, but I have to because right now it's getting cold, and if you ever run diesel in the cold weather, it's cruddy as hell.
I've been in Europe, I know.
Yeah. So we have to
Here's a,
have it.
here's a, here's a funny one for you, just on that topic.
Yep.
Vegetable oil was cheaper than
Sure.
diesel in Europe. So, well, where I was in Europe at least. So I would buy up, just to give a rough price difference. Vegetable oil was like US dollars. It was about $1 a liter, while diesel was about almost $2 a liter, $1.70, $1.60, $1.80 thereabouts. And I was like, I'm not going to pay $1.60 if I can pay $1. So I just put in, like, in the 80-liter tank, I'd put in 60 liters of vegetable oil, 20 liters of diesel, shake the car like hell with, just lean up against it and just shake it so that it all mixes up together. But you're right, in winter, it gets a little too thick. So I had to go 50-50, 50 vegetable oil, 50 diesel.
Right.
And it was just burn. It would drive normally. It just smelled like popcorn behind me.
Or French fries.
Yeah.
Or fried
But,
chicken.
or fried
Yeah.
chicken. But RG is right. Even with a fuel stabilizer, gasoline and diesel will only last a year. So if you drive anything that oil based, pollution makers, it's like here in my area, we got a grant to solve our whatchamacallit, air pollution. And every year I go over there to the county seat and says, why aren't we doing anything with air cleaners? All you're doing is banning tractors, wood burning, getting rid of wood burning stoves, but you're not getting rid of the pollution in the air. And every year they throw me out, out of the council chambers because I'm an agitator. You ever notice that? They always ban things, they never solve the problem. And I came up with three solutions. You can put up a plant for $5 million that takes air in and removes takes dirty air in and removes all the particulates. That's our big problem here. It's dirt, it's dust. So you take out all the particulates out of the air, and then you just plow it back into the ground. It doesn't hurt anybody. But they say it costs too much. It's not feasible. And I'm looking at them. So you're banning tractors. We're a farming community. What do you want me to do? Get a bunch of people to pull a plow? Yeah. Does that make sense
Yeah.
to you guys?
Yeah, it does. And the
Yeah, it
Fuzi
does.
archery is 100% correct. You can take diesel if you're on diesel fuel. You can just chuck in a liter of kerosene or petrol. Uh,
It's got to be
gasoline.
kerosene.
Nah, you can do the liter or two. If on a 50 liters of diesel, you can chuck in 1 or 2 liters of petrol, but you just have to shake the hell out of it because
Right. Because it
yeah,
separates.
yeah, and it does get. Oh, trust me. Um, I'll just say this much: in the Balkans, improvisation was something that everybody learned,
Big time fast.
and yeah, and you can imagine what it was like for an Aussie kid being who just got there full of himself and thought he knew everything and had everything under control, learning the hard way in the middle of winter. So yeah, you learn fast how to improvise, how to make do with what you have, how to make it work. So when someone says to me, "Oh, it has to be kerosene. You can't do this. You can't do that." Really? Go to a bloody electric station, get the fuel, get the oil, heating oil, get the cooling oil out of that, mix a bit of petrol into it, and you watch a diesel engine fly. Is it good for the engine? Nah. But you can't do that with the modern engines. You can only do that with the old engines, with
Right.
the good old, with the good old Bosch pump.
Right. Because the trouble with the newer engines, they're all computerized, and two, they have more plastic parts. Remember, the older engines had a lot of steel parts. And when
Well,
you
the older
mix,
engines didn't have fuel injection.
yeah, and when you whatchamacallit, when you start mixing fuels together, the computer goes crazy and can't judge what the hell you're pumping into your car. So all you hear is you run smoothly and then ka-chunk, and then your car dies or truck.
Yep.
Yep. Welcome, Square Table, Degenerates podcast. Good to see you.
Yeah, you want something that would drive on just about anything. Get an old diesel engine, the old
Yep.
what I call the tractor engine, and it will go a million kilometers or a million miles or whatever. It will go a million of something, whatever the measurement is,
Right. It's like the
on just
old
about anything. Yeah.
I can't remember the brand of it. Uh the old Rovers, Land
Rovers.
Rover.
Yeah, the Land Rovers were just done.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They eat anything. You pour it in there, they'll eat it and they go. And
yeah.
those things never give up. And then everybody switched over to Toyota.
Or yeah, the old Toyotas weren't bad either. Don't get me wrong. The old Toyotas, 80 series, even the early 90 series, they were pretty good, not bad. But here's a vehicle that's European orientated, not so much for our part of the world, but for Europe. Is the old Puch, Puch, which is now the Geländewagen, the G wagon, or the G
Yep.
series, not the GL, not the fancy plastic Mercedes GL crap. I'm talking about the boxy, heavy steel engine, military style vehicles called the G wagon, the G class, right? And here's a piece of information for everybody. And I'm talking first hand experience here because I owned an old G class from the 90s. I actually had an old Puch, Puch, which I made into my little get around vehicle, and it was a 5-speed manual thing. But that was military, but I redesigned it for hunting and for getting around. The older versions, prior to the 2000 year, I will just put it that way, prior to the change in dates, right? The new millennium was heavy as hell. It took the two of us to take off a door, for example. It took not because of the not because of the size, because of the bloody weight. The steel was military grade production all round. From whatever year it was, 2000-ish forwards, you had the civilian version of the G class, which still had all the military characteristics except for the quality of the materials being used
Right.
and the
Back
military grade. Yeah.
yeah, back then, Jack, when they design a car or a truck, it lasts. Nowadays, if your car hits by a shopping cart, a little cart that you go take out of the grocery store, and you hit
Oh,
the car
mate.
crumples. or gets a big dent in it, or folds, or you have to replace the whole door. And that's by
Yesterday
getting
morning,
hit by a shopping cart.
yesterday morning, my 71-year-old cousin, he literally said, "Have you noticed that all these like we're parked in front of a shops just to get some money from an ATM, which funnily enough didn't have the money in it, so we had to go to another one. Just a piece of information there. Doesn't mean anything, but I've never experienced that anywhere. All right, so it was kind of unusual. But he said, "Have you noticed that on all these new Fords, the bumper bars are just clipped on? There's no bolts or it's just clip-on plastic." And I looked at him, I was a Ford Ranger or whatever it was, and I looked at him like, "That's a good point. You know, you see it, but you just take it. You just don't take any notice of it because it's just so quotation marks normal. A bumper bar, okay, a bumper bar is clipped on. It's plastic.
Right. It's not bolted on. It just clipped
Yeah,
on.
it's a bumper bar. It's not meant to break. It's supposed to bump and withstand the bump and to protect the. It's like, wait a minute, and now that you're mentioning, I'm like, yeah, there's just yesterday morning.
Yeah, but like I said, it gets ridiculous after a while. I just try to stay alive as best as I can. I'm sitting this one out. I'll let you all you guys have the fun coming up next year because it's going to get a little crazy out there, folks. I'm just kicking back because I've
Well,
been.
you guys in the States, I keep yelling at everybody. Look at what's going on in Australia. It's going to happen. It's happening in the States. It's just a parallel universe when it comes to these crazy laws and crazy lockdowns and crazy this and crazy that. It's literally like we're looking at, oh, it happened in Australia. Oh, look, it's happening in Europe. Oh, look, all of a sudden it's happening in certain states within the USA. It's
Yeah,
like you got the federal government in the USA copycatting, doing a copycat, literally just copy paste. Oh, we can't do this on a federal level. Oh, let's do it on let's twist words around and use the judicial system to our advantage, the legal system to our advantage, and let's do it on a commercial law level. It's like,
right.
oh, a year ago I was literally, I won't say yelling, but I was like, guys, look what's happening in Australia. They can't do it because the Constitution says they can't do it, and yet they're doing it. They're saying, well, commercial law doesn't fall under the Constitution. What? They're twisting words around. They're trying to twist the legal system around. There is no legal system. It's twisted around. It's just being used and abused for governments to do whatever they want. And people in Australia were like, oh, in the States were like, no, that can never happen here. We got our Second Amendment. And I'm like, mate, your Second Amendment is nothing compared to what the military has. Your Second Amendment is nothing compared to the number of sheep in every bloody nation. You're the minority.
Yep. We're
You are the
surrounded
minority.
by, yeah, we're surrounded by Jack. We're surrounded by zombie sheep. That'd be an interesting horror movie. Attacked by the zombie sheep. But
Yeah, but it's
yeah,
happening. It's happening right now. Okay, we got summer here. Just yesterday, it was like 37ish degrees here in Sydney,
that's
and
Celsius, folks.
Celsius. That's like 6 trillion in Fahrenheit, right?
All right.
And I was in a container loading a 40-foot container. It felt like it was 50 degrees, which is hot enough to bake a bloody loaf of bread, almost. Not really, but sort of. It felt like it. and and we've got lockdowns already in the works for January. They already know that there's going to be an outbreak and blah blah blah. And it's like, hang on a second, this situation shouldn't be the way it is. Everybody knows it. Everybody's talking about it at home, but at the same time, it's happening. And yet, you guys have got winter there, so you're 6 months behind us on the whole process because when we were having our winter lockdowns and the craziness, you guys are in the middle of summer. And now you're heading into winter / you're in winter practically. Guess what? Everything that went on in Australia is going to happen in the USA. And it's happening step by step, from the laws to the politicians doing things to the craziness of my son and I, my eldest son, who's 23, and I were driving around the other day to pick something up, and there's a car in front of us. Some, dare I say, it wasn't Darren, it was a Karen there. Okay, and we didn't realize. We thought it was a Darren because it was a little ute, a little pickup, as you guys call it. And on the back, it had this A4 piece of paper, or 8.5 by 11 by your standards, and it said, "I'm fully V'd, are you?" Printed out on a computer, right, and stuck on the back windshield. And I'm like, "What the hell is this person talking about, mate? That's a yeah, it's like that's between my doctor and me. Or what do you? It's like." And it was just, and I got triggered. Believe it or not, I got triggered. I'm like, what the hell? Are these people sick? What's wrong with them, mate? Haven't they got a life? And then as we're driving past, we see that it's not a Darren, it's a Karen. It's like, and I'm thinking to myself, man, what is wrong with these people? And then I'm thinking to myself, son of a gun, we're just around the corner from wearing bloody yellow stars of David on our shoulder, on our arms.
True.
We are.
I gotta go, guys, because I gotta take another batch of medications because everything's starting to get blurred again. Never have 4 eye surgeries, so I have to catch you later, and I have to agree with Thor Haven. You forgot.
Oh, definitely, Thor Haven. Definitely, no. I'm not taking I'm not taking away the value of the 2A. I'm pro 2A.
Yeah,
100%.
I gotta go, guys. Sorry, medication time. Anybody else come on board? Talk to Jordan right there and Jack, Aussie Lander, and I'll catch you guys later. This is the only live stream where I feel comfortable enough because a lot of live streams gone. You know what I mean, guys. So
Yeah.
I'll catch you later, folks. Have a nice weekend and Merry Christmas.
Yeah,
and
Merry
Jack,
Christmas
take
to
it
you.
easy in the summer so you don't have a Christmas heat stroke.
Well, if I didn't have one yesterday, I don't think I'm ever going to have one.
Later, folks.
See ya. Yeah, just on Thor's comments, 100% fully agree with you. The minority, if they, survival instinct for self-defense / survival is there. Accessibility to everything out there is all over the world, and the governments think they control it. They control the bulk, but they don't control everything. And there's always that instinct for survival. The 2A, the USA is wonderful. As far as the rights go, as far as the right goes, yes, the right to self-defense is a human right, and it should be supported 100% every which way possible. I disagree with some of the stupidity of human beings. Unfortunately, that stupidity of human beings puts out a need for a bit of common sense and rationale in administering and ensuring that 2A. And I would fully agree with everything to go with the 2A if every single person that was entitled to it as a human being and with the right to self-defense was fully qualified and had the know-how to handle, maintain, and make sure that there is no excuse for mishaps there, put it that way, no matter how bad that mishap may be. You see what I'm saying? Whether it be on a a psych test, a medical test, and a know-how test. Boom, you pass those, you're good to go, mate. End of story. There is no reason why you shouldn't be able to have the right to defend yourself with a piece of equipment / a tool that is designed to be used for self-defense, amongst other things. You see my logic there?
Yeah.
And I know that a lot of Americans don't agree with that. Sorry. I agree with your 2A, and I agree with with everything it stands for. I just don't necessarily agree with just handing them out to everybody and anybody, which is unfortunately seems to be the case as is portrayed by the mainstream media, although we all know that's not totally true. That's propaganda most of the time. For most states in the US, it's propaganda. Hey, second star survivals here.
Yeah. And Thor Haven.
Hey, What's going on, guys?
100%. So
I
Well,
I
There you
gotta
go, mate.
disagree with you on like the
Oh,
kind
doing
of-
okay. How about y'all?
one of your kind of points on the Second Amendment
Ah.
there.
Sure, go
Yeah.
for it. Hey, the discussion is great, mate. There's nothing wrong with it.
Exactly. So coming from Canada, so the big thing here in Canada is we are kind of in between the US and Australia for our laws, right? So we have to go in for the firearms license. We have to basically take the training courses, do all that kind of stuff
Okay.
before we're allowed to get our firearms, compared to the US where, you know, you go in for the background check when you go in to purchase each firearm. So it's a little bit different that way.
Actually, in the United States and most states, we have the instant background check where they take your social security number and your
Yeah, that's
ID
what I'm
number.
saying. When you go to purchase a firearm, you get a background check. For Canada, you get a firearms license. So it's a continuous background check all the time. And you don't have to do a background check when you go in to buy a firearm. You just present your license. Now, the thing is with the US, what a lot of people, important people in the firearms industry have discussed as well, is there's probably a lot of people in the US who agree with the licensing, the background checks, that sort of thing to keep bad people from having firearms. The disadvantage to that is as soon as you propose that, or as soon as you start to institute that in the US, the anti-gun people jump on it and take another inch. So every time something happens where you say, okay, yeah, we're going to institute this law or regulation to make it safer for everybody, suddenly the anti-guns jump on it and they're like, okay, well, if you're doing that, now we're going to do this. Now we're going to push for this, you know? So it's one of those where the US has gotten to a point where no more steps backwards, because every time a law comes in, it's not satisfactory for the anti-gun community. There's always going to be more and more and more in laws they want to institute. So for me, I think it's a tough decision for the US to try and, you know, even for the firearms industry in the US to try and regulate themselves when they know more people are going to be wanting more from them.
Hey, 2A all the way. Don't get me wrong.
Oh yeah.
But you don't give someone with a criminal record, let's say, I'll just generalize now, who in the last dozen years has committed 3 crimes, which are of any type of violent type of nature crime. I'm not talking about a speeding fine, unless it's a malicious speeding fine.
And I guarantee you, everyone in the firearms community will agree with that.
Yeah, if someone on the speeding fine, I think that's the best example. And people say, no. Yes, it is. Sorry, just hang on a second. If a person's out there speeding like an idiot every time, and he couldn't kill us, driving without a license afterwards while his license is suspended, that type of person has no respect for the law or safety of other people. And it might be just speeding at question. It might not be anything violent in the sense of him going out or her going out and punching the living daylights out of somebody. Or, you know, but it's a disrespect for other people's safety. It's a disrespect for their own safety. It's a disrespect for the laws. And if they're doing it maliciously, I say maliciously, that person that is a criminal. That is a person who has no respect for the law or the people around or their fellow human being near them. You see my point? And someone says, "Oh, that's too extreme." No, it's not. It's not extreme. Someone who has a criminal record, which is consistently disrespecting the law, disrespecting themselves and others over the past dozen years, is a person that could very well be a person who abuses tools of the trade for illegal purposes. They have they're showing a tendency for that. You wouldn't give a crazy person. Oh, sorry, let me rephrase it. You wouldn't give a person with with issues, with problems, medical problems on a psychological level, a rifle. Let alone, you just wouldn't give it to them. Why? Because they're not. There's no accountability there, and they have papers to prove it. Why would you give someone who keeps breaking the law deliberately the same thing? You see my point?
I definitely see your point on that, and I'm sure tons of people would agree with you. But how do you regulate that?
The thing is, though, that any law you make about guns, only law-abiding citizens follow that law.
Yep.
A
Correct.
criminal, by the very definition, ignores the law.
Correct.
You don't stop criminals from getting guns by making guns harder to get for law-abiding citizens, because
Correct.
we do it the law-abiding way. We get the background check. We go to the real a dealer, an actual licensed dealer. We don't go to, the back of Nick's truck.
Exactly.
You hit the nail on the head. You make it harder for the criminal to get, and not the law-abiding
No,
citizen.
you do what they've done in where they've made where they have the most lenient gun ownership laws. There is a county in Illinois that actually requires every homeowner to own a firearm.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
There's right next to a county in Illinois where they're not allowed to own firearms. Guess where the criminals go?
You take a look at Savannah, Georgia. You can go walk down the streets of Savannah, Georgia at night. You go into, say, Chicago, New York, strict gun laws. You're not walking down the street at night. It's crazy. So
actually,
and then
I
Harvey
walk
makes a
down the
great
streets
point.
of Chicago at night, and they think you're just crazy enough that they leave you alone.
And Harvey's bringing up a good point here.
Exactly. If you're basing it on disregard of laws in general, I mean, there are some dumb laws on the books. So,
Welcome, Bob.
What if you're talking about
disregard of laws, again, like I said, malicious or non-malicious?
But depends on the law.
Exactly. But
so
Harvey's
you can't just generalize someone who breaks the law.
There is a thing about two-way. Just let me jump in. There is a thing about two-way in the USA which is very important, and most people forget. And I like the way it was described in one. They say back when the two-way was put together and made part of the Constitution, the amendment. Yeah, it was everybody owned a musket, both the guy in uniform and the guy out in the field and the guy in the city. Whoever owned the musket was equal when it came to firepower.
Actually, when the Constitution was written, most private citizens owned better firearms than the military had. They had smoothbore muskets, and private citizens had rifles.
Yeah,
twice the range.
So that's the important factor there. It's the two-way is not about criminals. Let me rephrase that. It's not about civilian criminals. It's about self-defense, even against a corrupt government, if need be.
Well, I have something to say about what's going on in my area, Seattle, Washington, and here in the States. You remember Chaz, Chop, all that communist nonsense that went on. What they're doing currently is they did slash the police force drastically. And many police officers quit because they were not being supported by their chief and by the politicians, So, okay, now they've reduced the number of law enforcement, and that leaves us, I'm an honest guy, citizens, we're on our own. We have to handle the situations that come up on our own for up to hours before any law enforcement arrives. Now, what they're doing currently they're bouncing the numbers is, say, if I have a junkie, which I stopped 9 junkies at that garage door right there last summer, 9 trying to get into my place. I had to stop them myself and say if I had to put one of them down, that's no longer being listed as a method of self-defense. It's being listed as a gun crime or a gun murder. They're bouncing the numbers so they can get their agenda to disarm the population. And that's the Marxists who are doing just that right there.
Yeah, a couple
That's
things.
their agenda.
Klingon Princess, yes, we do have to. We go through basically basic training to get what we call our PAL, our possession and acquisition license for firearms. So for that, basically, it's a training course, basically safety course. Teach you that you don't point a gun at anyone else. You don't point it at anything you don't want to destroy. Keep your finger off the trigger unless you're actually shooting. The basics points like that. And with our firearms license, it's like a ongoing background check. So like I was saying, in the US, where you go to buy a gun, you get a background check. You go to buy another gun, you get another background check. This firearms license.
That's not strictly true about another one. It depends on how long it's been since you bought your last one.
Right.
And
right. But
also, if you have a concealed, I have to point out that if you have a concealed carry permit in almost every state, you show that counts as your background check, because most states monitor the people that have concealed carry permits. And if they have any kind of transgression, they pull that permit. They actually come to your place of residence and take it from you.
Yeah, it's the same as our firearms license. So if you commit a crime, basically they're taking away your license, taking away your guns. So
they don't take away your guns. They just don't let you. They don't take away. They take away your permit to carry.
Yeah. Each state is different.
But I live in what's called a constitutional carry state. Yeah. I don't have to have a concealed carry permit to carry concealed.
No, exactly.
I can open carry or conceal carry, and I'm perfectly within the law.
Yep.
Well, Washington State, each state is different. And here in Washington State, example is my missus has a concealed carry permit. When she goes to buy another handgun, there's still a 15-day waiting period, even though
that's Washington State. Yeah,
right.
That's what
each state is different. And
exactly. Yeah.
When she bought an AR-15, she had to submit to a medical background check to make sure she's not been committed to a mental institution, and another 15 or 20-day waiting period. Years ago, if you had a CWP, you show it, you walk right out. But they're getting stricter, which I'm fine with, as long as you're a law-abiding citizen. But then we can go back to the guy who's selling something out of the back of his trunk of his car, and that's always going to be that element. And those are the people they need to focus on and actually prosecute and convict. But in lovely Washington State, the
problem is the lefties don't do that. They don't see that at all. So like up here in Canada, they've just banned, it was like a year and a half ago, they banned our ARs. So we had our ARs, they banned them. They're working probably to take them away in the next 6 months. We'll see how that goes. But there was never, ever a single crime committed in Canada with an AR-15.
Yeah.
You're more likely to get attacked and killed by a shark in Canada than injured by an AR-15. But they take them away anyway because, apparently they're scary.
Back in the early 2000s, I lived in the state of California. I witnessed a crime being perpetrated. It was a shooting between criminals and police officers. The criminals had revolvers, and one guy had a semi-automatic pistol of some kind. I wasn't close enough to see what it was. That night on the news, they said criminals with AK-47s had a shootout with police.
That's the lefties are doing.
There wasn't an AK-47 in that place. The police were using ARs and shotguns and Beretta Berettas and other 9mm.
Yeah.
That's
There
how
wasn't
they
an
do it.
media
AK
does that.
anywhere in sight.
Yeah. They're
And Bob, you were
bouncing.
mentioning
Yeah.
it with the numbers, how they skew the
Yeah.
numbers.
Yeah.
You've probably seen how they do it with the school shootings.
Sure.
So they've done ones where, 2 a.m. in the morning, a gang is going through a schoolyard and starts shooting at another gang. Well, because it happened on school property, then they classify that as a school shooting.
Correct. Yeah.
So it's crazy stuff like that where it's like, no, there's something going on.
Basically, no matter where you live, the lefties, who are communists, are working hard in all of our English-speaking countries to disarm the population.
Correct.
Period.
Yeah. And Klingon
Here's an
Princess,
example.
yes.
Here's an example from Western Australia. Recently, just very recently, in the last weeks, months, there were discussions in the state parliament, state parliament, state government levels, about banning certain types of rifles because they look somewhat like a military rifle. Hang on a second.
That's what they did in Canada following the Australian ban.
Now they're saying
crazy.
It's an AR like. That's the local news here. An AR like rifle.
What they did up here too is so they have the thing called variants. So an AR variant, which is basically, you would consider it, say, an AR-10 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, up here, what they did then is they took those shotguns that look like ARs and are mag fed. Oh, suddenly that's an AR variant now. It's like, because the word variant wasn't defined in the law, now they're using it to classify anything that looks similar.
Well, Australia is the perfect example of abuse of a don't let any crisis situation or any bad situation go to waste.
Yeah.
Mass shooting in the 80s. Oh, sorry. And I remember this as a kid. There was a shoot in the state of Victoria. There was a bloke sleeping in his armchair in his own lounge room, in his own home. A thief was breaking in through the window, right? And this hunter, a person who went out hunting all the time, right? So he had his rifle pretty much close by. He reached over, grabbed his rifle. It was a bolt action, no military style rifle, and shot the thief in the leg. Very precise shot, no doubt about it. Was no intention to kill or to, nothing malicious about it. It was pure self-defense, fear, nighttime, dark. He couldn't see who the intruder was or anything. All he saw was somebody breaking in literally in the same room where he physically was.
Oh, Lord.
Clean cut self-defense, if you ask me. Bam, that was in the news all over the place. I remember that as a kid, it was in the news. And, when you're a kid, certain things leave an impression on you. And this thing really left an impression on me because it was all over the place. And it was like, is this self-defense? Is this overuse of power or force? Blah, 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 all that mumbo jumbo. Well, later on, you had a shooting of a bloke that went nuts. I mean, literally nuts, psychiatric issue. I forget whether it was a telecom company or whatever the hell, I forget, post office or something like that. I think it was post office, I'm not sure. But anyway, he went crazy over some thing with his girlfriend and he went in and shot up a number of people. That was a semi-automatic rifle. And I think it was a mass shooting, I forget now, 9, 10, 12 people. A lot of people were shot. Many people were killed, unfortunately. A nutcase with a rifle, perfect example of an extreme situation. The government did not let that go to waste. Straight away.
Of course.
Then in Tasmania, again, one individual case of a nutcase, a criminal-minded person who obviously had issues, because no person in their right state of mind would do anything like that, did a mass shooting for whatever reasons. I'm right this for a second, I can't remember the exact details. Again, ban.
Well, it's like I said before, you can give a good-hearted person a nuclear weapon, nothing will happen. You give a criminal a pencil and they'll stab everyone in the eye.
You're right.
But this is the crazy part.
Remember, John
Right.
Wick killed 3 guys in a bar with a pencil.
But the crazy part
A
about that
fucking
amnesty
pencil.
and handing in of rifles is that everybody and anybody with a rifle could have legally registered their rifle and kept it. But the propaganda machine, and I say propaganda machine because it was putting out a narrative that you have to hand in your rifles. And people just did that. They were like law-abiding citizens with rifles. Many of them had rifles which were inherited or which they had used in the younger days, but didn't go hunting as much and didn't see the need for it, and didn't want to go through all the hassles of having to register and this and that and so on. And in fact, they said, "Well, nah, we'll just hand it in." They could have just gone to the cop shop, to the police station, sorry, registered it, would have been all fine, not a problem. But no, the propaganda machine misled the public into believing that they had to hand in their rifles.
That is what we were being told. That's what we were being told here in the U.S. The same propaganda machine is all throughout the English-speaking world. That all the Australians, and then I started seeing on YouTube how Australians with bolt-action rifles are going out target shooting. What? See, we were told that you guys had to hand in all of your weapons. We heard the same nonsense over here. This is a united front among all the English speakers to disarm us through propaganda, through bouncing the numbers, through changing the words. And
correct.
I don't know what we can do to stop it. Other than educate ourselves, I don't know what the answer is, but
I just want to mention for Klingon Princess there, she was talking about she agrees with the safety training would be a good thing, and I don't think anyone would disagree with you on that. I think basically the entire firearms community in most countries would say, yeah, that's a good thing. It's just like I said before, you get to a point where the firearms community regulates itself or tries to implement new laws or says, yes, okay, we accept that we need to improve safety so that mentally ill people or criminals can't get firearms. What happens is as soon as you start doing that, the anti-gun community or those who want to take away firearms basically start chipping away even more. That's right. So there's no middle. I don't want to use the word middle ground, but there's, as soon as the firearms community starts giving an inch or gives some concessions to say improve or things we think might be better for the industry, the anti-gun just jump on it and try and get more and more and more. So it's got to the point where, there's no way, even if it's going to be safer. And if we all agree with it, why should we implement it when it's not going to stop there? It's going to be pushed even harder.
See, if there's ever a country that had a legal precedent, right, in its historical events, to introduce I'll say a version of it, 2A, for the purposes of ensuring the defense of the nation against a corrupted or sold out treacherous government, it is Australia. It is the Eureka Stockade. Look it up, Google it. Good old diggers, miners, gold miners, stood up against a corrupt government in the state of Victoria, which was a colony back then. This was prior to the independence of Australia. Right, and they stood up. They lost the battle, but due to the sequence of events such as the U.S. law for U.S. war for independence and so on, so a number of events occurred in history in that era, which sort of like led the Brits to sort of like say, well, maybe we should let them become a country of their own. It's like we don't want to go through that again. I would say Australia didn't piggyback off the US. It was all done democratically via referendum and everything. There was no shots fired or anything like that. None of that was necessary. Thank the good Lord for that. It was all peaceful. But prior to that, that one stand against a corrupt government, which is in our history something very important, because that was the making of the Australian identity, of the Australian nation. We will
You see
stand
it-
up to the Brits if it is not, just. So we do have the legal precedent. We have the historical precedent for a 2A, a version of a 2A. But how many people in Australia know the historical truth about the Eureka Stockade? Not
How
very
many people in the States know about it? I've never heard of that event.
No.
You see, that kind of stuff is not shared.
I can't say I have heard about it either.
Mm-hmm. But that's a
Ballarat,
good.
Indigo.
I'm glad you talked about that, because
Eureka
something like that.
spelled- Let me just type it out here so you can all.
Yeah.
I want to tell a little story from Sweden. And this is a true story. It was, this guy was a farmer, and he and his family were sitting at this kitchen table and having their breakfast. And the man in the house, he heard a bang, and the kitchen window was shattered, just shattered. And he told his family to get down on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
And he told his wife to get his shotgun because he was a hunter.
Yeah.
And his wife got his shotgun and he loaded it. And on the yard, he had his car, and behind that car, there were a bad guy who was shooting straight through the kitchen window.
Good Lord.
Yeah, and he had 2 kids at the kitchen table as well. So he opened the front door and just aimed and shot the guy. And after he shot the guy, he called the cops, and he explained what happened and everything like that. And the cops got there and they made a routine check, and they said, we don't arrest you for this. It is a clear self-defense.
Nice.
Yeah. And he was worried to lose his hunting license for the rifle.
Certainly.
Yeah. But the cop said, no, you keep it. Don't worry. But the law says you are not allowed to use a hunting rifle or a shotgun or a pistol for self-defense here. It's not allowed here. So, but what could he do? He had his family at the kitchen table and 2 small kids. Well, if I was a hunter, and if that happened to me, I would take my gun and shoot.
Me too.
But that bad guy, he survived, but he had to visit the hospital.
We're not allowed to basically purchase our firearms up here for self-defense either. That's strictly, you're allowed to own them for sporting purposes, but not self-defense. However, you are allowed to defend yourself with equal force. Mm-hmm. So depending on the situation, yes, you can. However, in almost every case in Canada where someone has defended themselves with a firearm, they're always arrested and usually, in jail for a while. Some have gone to trial, but some have been dismissed as well. So it's one of those that, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Same with that Kyle, the young man recently. Yep. It's the same here in the States. And same with me, if someone came in here and I used equal force, I would be arrested, and then it would cost me the rest of my life's income
fighting it.
Right. And that's the hard part. That's where, in my mind, I've got, alternate way. I've got this pepper gel right next to me. at all times, and I got some on the second floor. That's going to be first. You know, I have firearms, and I have one near me right now because of the drug addiction problems in my area. But in my mind, if I can stop them with this first, I'm going to do that. Or if they're coming in here, this is the back door, and if I can back out and go out the front door, I'm going to do that rather than pulling the trigger to avoid the lawyer fees and all that. The only way I would use lethal force is, like, examples. I got a 20-year-old daughter in a bedroom right above me. If that person gets between me and my daughter, things are going to change really fast, you know, because I mean, I'll go broke for the rest of my life to save her, you know. But for me, I'll say it again. I've made up my mind, and I put it in my plans that this is going to be first. Incapacitate them, you know, and try to get out of the house, and then call law enforcement rather than living in poverty due to attorney fees, you know.
Our first line of defense is dog bones all over the floors. It's just as bad as Lego.
It's worse. Those pork chop bones, man, they're like razors. Well, I'm going to go, guys. Thanks, Shadow, for having me on here. I wanted to throw in a little bit.
Yeah.
All right.
It was an honor to have you. So my pleasure.
All right. Peace, everybody. God
Take
bless
care,
you all.
And Merry Christmas, buddy.
You too. Merry Christmas, guys.
Yeah. I better go to get back to my sourdough bread that I was making. I got to check on it. So
try damper, mate. Hey, try damper. Look up damper. Try that. You'll love it.
The which? Damper?
Damper. Dam, P-E-R. D-A-M. Like
yeah.
P-E-R. Aussie made damper. Try that one time.
I'll
You'll love
it. Aussie damper, because if we look up damper here, it'll probably bring up like the fireplace damper.
Oh, Lord, no. Bloody Canadians have to ruin it for everybody.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. All right.
Try that one day. It's so simple, but everybody loves it.
Nice.
Yeah. And I've been shocked at how many things, as far as foods go, the simpler it is, the better tasting it is.
Yeah. Yeah. I've been doing this one every so often. I don't know if they made it, but it's called Viking bread, but it's like, it doesn't raise much, but basically you throw some ham and other stuff inside, and it's almost like a heavy, I want to say, survival bread. So you can take it out with you on the trail, and it's got a bunch of stuff in it, but it's really good too. Yeah, this is great. I'll have to try this out.
I'm glad you jumped in when you did about that topic.
Yeah. I had a strange feeling that now Thor will pop up.
I get so passionate about that. I'm in the industry, so it really affects me a lot when there's so much disinformation and bad information about firearms coming out of the media and that sort of thing. So it's crazy.
Can we agree on one, what I consider to be a fact that I can back with many, many things out there? And that is that the politicians who are making decisions on many topics, including but not limited to firearms and the use of firearms and the acquisition of firearms, are people who have little to no experience in those fields that they are making decisions upon.
Oh, exactly.
Whatever laws that may be. So it's like having a truck driver make a decision upon a law that revolves around a medical procedure.
Yep.
Not a very good combination there, is it?
No.
Or a doctor making a decision about truck drivers and laws that affect truck drivers.
I don't know if you've heard, but our prime minister is an ex-drama teacher assistant drama teacher. So it's like,
he looks it too.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So-
Well, that
Yeah.
explains why you have so much drama in your government.
Yeah, exactly. That's just it, eh? Yeah.
Oh man,
Yeah.
yeah, and he's got the pedigree for yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was born to be a politician.
Well,
And he
his
played that part very well,
his
doesn't he?
dad was the leader of Cuba, so I mean, he already had that experience, in his genes. So
Okay,
anyway,
just
guys.
because he looks like the guy doesn't mean he's related to him, all right?
Oh, he's related. There's no buts about it.
Mate.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, we'll talk to you soon.
Yeah.
Stay safe. God bless.
God bless. Oh man, that was fun.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. See, it's to me that's an interesting topic to discuss because I'm an Aussie,
Yeah.
born and bred. I've lived the best part of my life overseas, right? Mostly in
Yeah.
Europe. I'll say Europe just to give it a general, where I actually did go hunting, did own rifles, did own it, legally. So been through all the European processes of that side of the thing, as far as those laws go. And I learned a lot saying, oh, I like this. I agree with this. I can see the logic behind this on many things, especially for hunting. It really does make sense. You don't just grab a rifle and go hunting. You go through the course, you learn all the theory, you do all the practice, you do all the hard work, you learn how to look after the forest, you learn how to look after the creatures in the forest,
Yeah.
you learn how to do pest control. You have to put in the physical labor. You have to make sure that you're feeding the animals because guess what? Human beings have built roads. We've built cities. There's not as much space. There's not as many forests out there. So you make sure that that the critters out there are ensured existential security, so to say.
Yeah.
And then and only then can you go for a test. You pass the test, obviously, because if you've done all the work and you learnt it all, you know it.
Yeah.
And then you can go out and hunt. And it's like it's a process. It's a learning process. Same thing with owning a rifle. You don't just get But then I've seen the Aussie side of things as well, where I used to go hunting with my mate's dad, and as a kid, because they had a farm and all that. And it's like, and I experienced the good old days, quotation marks. So I've worked with Americans most of my life. It was with or a good chunk of my life I was working with Americans in hot zones. And I was like, hang on a second, I've got a feel for all. I'm not saying that I'm right about everything, but I've got a feel for all three arguments and all three sides and views. And I see the logic there and I understand it. But the stupidity of our general public when it comes to these things and these topics, they don't have a clue. They just don't know what they're talking about. And then looking at the politicians, I'm not even going to comment on their level of bloody stupidity and ignorance and hypocrisy. That's at a level which makes stupid people look smart.
I totally agree.
Hey, good day, Dexter. Sorry.
No problem.
Good to
That's
see you,
just the same. But here in Sweden, it's like if you get a weapon illegally, you're fucked. That's it.
Yeah.
You're really fucked. And not the best lawyers in the world would get you off. But if you got one for shooting in sports, then you have the register and then you're fucked up again.
Yes, my wife, she had to register. Well, I registered as well, but my wife had to register because she wasn't into the hunting. She had to register at a local shooters club back in Europe, and that way she was able to use my pistol, my handgun, and my rifle at the range legally without any hassles, with supervision of the but she never actually went to get a license to own firearms, because I owned firearms, and as long as I was there and the club was open with the guys there from the different set of laws, different rules, I guess, different countries, but it worked out well where she could actually practice her shooting and target practice and everything, and compete locally, not on a national or international level, just on a local level between counties or between municipalities, whatever. But that worked out well. But she had to join the club in order to be able to use the firearms at the range. So again, registered, as you said,
Yeah, it is the same thing here in Sweden as well. So you need to be registered in a club to use the guns.
Yeah,
and
guns
this was
again.
and this was so that she could learn how to utilize these tools. I always refer to them as a tool. It's just like you don't give a kid a circular saw. You just don't. Why? Because it's not safe. You have to teach the child how to use the tools step by step, gradually, before then you decide to let them use power tools. Same thing with rifles. Same thing with a knife. Same thing with anything, whether it be a motorized chainsaw, whether it be a bandsaw, whether it be a knife, a hatchet. And imagine giving a kid an axe and say, "Here, go chop wood." That's a disaster.
No way. He get 10 minutes later. He get back in with an axe in his knee or something.
Yeah, blood poisoning, sepsis, off with the leg, gone.
I remember when I was 10 years old, I was splitting wood, and I had to learn from a hatchet. I had to learn everything from my grandfather before I could even, split firewood. And same thing with a knife. Like, my dad gave me a old timer pocket knife, the one that didn't have a lock back or anything like that. And he told me if I could learn how to whittle with a regular knife, then I could move up to a lock knife, and then a full tang knife, and so on and so forth. It's like a learning process. But see, here's the thing. Like, okay, I'm a senior CO for a security company, all right, commanding officer. And here in Texas, for level 3 security officers, they have to go through handgun training, correct? For 9mm. Well, now that there's a limitation on 9mm ammo in Texas right now, they are training people in 22 long rifle Hornet ammunition and still passing them off as 9mm handgun training. It's a whole entire different caliber gun. It's a whole entire different range of a gun. But you're saying that if they pass a long rifle course, they're automatically able to shoot a 9mm with the same accuracy and the same handling? No, you can't do that. But also here in Texas, we have what's called the Patriot Act that just got passed like 3 months ago. Okay, anybody and everybody is able to have a gun on their side and able to use a gun to protect against domestic terrorism or terrorism at all at a moment's notice, like a Minuteman militia. And that goes for anybody, Like, even people with mental illnesses or homeless or anything can get a gun to protect themselves now.
That's quite interesting.
Yeah. And I mean, the every state is different, yes, on what you can do, what you can't do. Even in Texas, you can have any kind of knife on your side. You can have a basic Swiss Army knife all the way up to a Scottish claymore on your back and walk around. And the only places that you cannot take those weapons, well, they consider them weapons, even though, you know,
Federal buildings.
knives. Yeah, like federal buildings, movie theaters, or parks, like, you know, public parks. You cannot take take those items into those areas. But places like New York or California or anything else, you can't even have a full tang knife, let alone a blade over 3 inches long. But I see, you know, I guard bus terminals and stuff like that and everything. I've guarded plenty of places, but at the bus terminals, I've seen people homeless walking onto the bus and everything, wielding a machete on their side, like just getting onto a public bus. But that's okay. But you can't take that same knife to a movie theater or a public park, but you can get on a bus that has between, you know, 10 to 20 people on there, and you're not even 5 feet away from a person, and that's okay. Yeah, it's there. I don't know. The world is there was a incident that happened in 2000 in like the early 2000. I want to say like 2005 in Montana. There was a guy that broke in. This person bought like a like a $500,000 house and bought like 10 acres of land out in the middle of nowhere. He was going to become a homesteader, and he just got out of the military. He was, you know, he just retired from the military, and somebody got word that this guy was rich and went to go rob him. And in the middle of the night, like 2 o'clock in the morning, this individual broke into his house, and he had one of the silent alarms that went off on his phone. And well, he woke up, and the only gun that was close to him was his wife's 32, his 32, her 32 handgun that was underneath the bed. So he grabbed that and he went downstairs, found the guy. The guy had a baseball bat, an aluminum baseball bat, and he told him to freeze. The guy charged him with the baseball bat. He shot him in the leg right above the knee. Well, the police came and everything, arrested the individual that broke into his house. And in court, they turned the situation around, and the burglar sued the owner of the house and won almost $2 million from this guy, because the judge and the jury sided with the burglar, because the lawyer said that now, because he was shot in the leg, he has to go on disability, he has to be paid by the state, and he has to now get food stamps, and the state has to take care of him. And because he initiated this incident, but he comes out winning because the man was defending his own.
Yeah, I think I have heard about it.
Yeah,
It's the same
mean,
here.
Yeah, it hit the news. It hit the news and everything. It's like, how can somebody like that win in a court against an individual that was defending his own house, defending his own property? And because they said they hit him, because the owner of the house hit him in a area that needs to be used every day, and now he's on disability because of it.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like good lawyers.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, look at O.J. Simpson case. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, well, doesn't that fall into the lines of the topic of discussion? The justice system started failing when lawyers wanted to win instead of
yes,
ensure that justice was served.
yes, sir. And that just but that also shows, if you have the money and you have and you know the right lawyers, you know what I mean? Because here in America, we have what's called ambulance chaser lawyers, and they're the ones that always go after any kind of quick cash scheme to make money, to win, you know?
Yeah.
It's
Even
like
here in Sweden, we can't even have a pocket knife. It's against the law. So you can't even carry a Leatherman on you.
but you can carry
See,
a box cutter.
Yeah.
Crazy.
and you
But
know
there
what?
are exceptions to the law, and those who need the knife in the at work, like carpenters and guys like that, they are allowed to carry a knife, but only when they are on at the site,
A job site.
job site. Yeah, but if they go for lunch and go to a restaurant, can't they have the knife on them. They have to take them off. But I have seen many carpenters who don't take off their knives when they go for lunch, so they break the law there.
But isn't that a contradiction? I mean, you can't have a knife on you, but one of the biggest name knife companies is in Sweden. I mean, Mora. Like that's saying, that's like in Tennessee, okay? The place where Jack Daniel's liquor is made, all right, is a dry county. You can't buy alcohol or sell alcohol in that county. But if you go to Jack Daniel's, you can buy it straight from the manufacturer, but you can't drink it or anything until you get out of the county. And that's like another contradiction. They're making alcohol in a dry county where you can't drink or buy alcohol.
The wonders of the world.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't Falcon even in Sweden also?
Say what?
Falkeneven, the A1.
Yeah,
Fällkniven. Fjällkniven.
Yeah, Naven. Yeah,
yeah,
isn't that beast of a knife made in Sweden?
yeah.
Yep.
It's a Swedish knife.
Yeah, it's a Swedish knife.
A very good one too.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, that's a contradiction. I mean, you have two, major knife name companies in your country, but you can't use them.
At home, yes. On your property, yes. But
Right.
yeah, in the forest too. But not otherwise.
Gotcha.
And
See,
you have,
like,
we are allowed to have it if we are in the for hiking and in the forest or things like that.
as long
That
as you're
is,
away from other humans, right?
Yeah.
yeah,
I don't
basically.
know. I'm just gonna say that as far as I'm concerned, I'm a fan of Switzerland and their system for self-defense. Their system, as far
Yeah.
as the laws they have in place for self-defense, the laws they have in place for rifles, and Switzerland is a neutral quotation marks neutral quote country which doesn't go to war very often, and yet
True.
you don't hear about any of the rubbish that goes on in countries where they keep trying to make it harder to acquire this or acquire that, or you can do this, you can't do that, you must do. It's like not everybody is every male is trained, every household
Mhm.
has the equipment to defend their home against invaders on a
Yeah.
national level, and dot. Every citizen of
Right.
Switzerland is trained, equipped, and guess what? We don't have the issues in Switzerland that we have in countries where people like to make laws, but they don't know anything about the topic at hand except for what they feel about things.
Yeah, or they heard down the grapevine.
Yeah. Oh, that
Yeah.
looks like something that I get triggered by. We have to ban that now.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. That looks like my Carnivore X.
That's a good
Thi-
one.
This is a Colombian Raptor machete.
Oh, that's the one you told me about, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is a beast.
I like it.
It's
Det där var en jävla kniv.
yeah. I
How long is it?
don't remember, but it's probably 20. I can check it, by the way.
Yeah. And by the way, Klingon Princess, no, I'm from Sweden. Like Göran. But I live on an island.
Nice.
Yeah.
we are in 2022. We throughout all human history that we know of, we have been at war with each other, killing each other, trying to wipe each other off the face of the planet for centuries. I mean, even Cain and Abel killed, one killed the other, and we should, in this day of age, we should realize that everything that we've done in the past has been to no avail. We need to learn to come together, learn to let people not be restricted like guard dogs with a chain and a leash around their neck and being told what to do. And we could we could be so much more advanced and so much more helpful to one another if we just came together and combined our thoughts, our resources, you know, take the good from each country that has done something good in the world and not forget about the past, but leave it in the past.
The overall length on this one is 45.8 centimeters. The blade is 30 centimeter long.
That's not bad.
I can cut my beard with that one.
Yeah, and you got a gut opener on the.
Yeah, the only thing with the difference between that one and my carnivore, my Camillus carnivore X is it has more of a flat tip on it for pry bar abilities. So you could actually use it as a pry bar.
Yeah, this has not a point tip. It's a more flat tip.
Yeah.
So, and
I'll
this
tell
is
you what a good machine.
this is
ahead,
rated.
Shadow.
This is rated as a survival machete. So
yeah. I'll tell you a good machete that I came across in Mexico, and it's called it's a sugarcane machete. Those sugarcane machetes has almost an 1.5 inch thick carbon steel blade. It's hooked at the top of it to where you can cut. You can literally use it as a grappling device on, like if you fall off the edge of a building or something, you could hook that hook into whatever and it would hold you up. And it's a full tang machete. And I bought one from Mexico for like $10. And that thing has lasted me almost 20 years of my life. And other blades I've spent $100 to $200 on have broken on me. And this was just a crude piece of carbon steel.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Probably heavy too.
Oh yeah. It's like it's like 5 pounds.
How much your rifle weigh? So many kilos. How much your machete weigh? About twice as much as your rifle.
Yeah. You could literally do blunt force trauma on the back of it on somebody.
I must go and check on my child. If he's asleep or not.
Okay, Dexter. You take care, brother. Good meeting you.
Peace out.
Sure.
peace out.
Take care, brother. But yeah, like and it comes with a 90-degree spine, so you can throw sparks from a ferrocerium rod on it, and you know if you took the back of that blade and hit somebody with it, you wouldn't even have to worry about anything else. You just crush their skull with it.
Yeah.
You could probably use that as an anvil.
Right? Yeah, I paid $10 for it in Mexico. I was like, how much is this beast of a knife? And they're like, oh, it's a cane machete. And they're like, you want it? I'll give it to you for $10. And I was like, okay. I was like, that's the cheapest knife I've ever had. I can't even call it a knife. It's like It's like a bastardized like tomahawk.
Sorry.
I'll do a review on it. I've had the one thing that's really fell apart on it was just a wooden handle on it, because all they did was just put 2 pieces of wood and like band wired it together. I've had to change out the handle more times than I've had to sharpen the blade.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. I call it Bertha. So
I'm keeping my hands away from the keyboard as much as possible, because the last time we were talking knives, I ended up buying a bloody machete. It's like, not again.
I'm sorry. Oh, there's one
it was
that I
funny.
learned. Yeah. Go ahead, Oz.
No, it was funny because it was an impulse purchase. It was like, oh yeah, this and that, I'm like, ooh, I like this. Let's see. Ooh, that's expensive. I was hunting around. Ooh, that's a good price. Oh, buy. Pink. Buy now. I don't regret buying it. It was just like, oh yeah, the typical internet shopping scenario. You talk, you see your eyes see something. It's like, ooh, check that out. Ooh, that's a lot of money. Ooh, look, it's on sale. Yay!
Right.
Yeah, I fell.
There's a knife that I've always wanted. It was used in World War II, and it was like a kind of like a trench machete kind of thing, but they call it the woodman's friend, and it's supposed to be a be all, see all, do all, like survival knife that was given to engineers in World War II. Like it could handle any situation, every situation. Like they could just throw them into the middle of nowhere, and y'all need to look that up. But it's expensive. Like it's like almost $200 for it.
Okay, here we go again. What is it? Hands
It's called the Woodsman, like the Woodsman friend or the Woodsman machete or something like that. Something Woodsman machete. But it was a engineer's like machete in World War II. It was made for engineers to be able to be in any kind of terrain or whatever to build, bridges. Yeah, the Woodsman pal. Yeah.
Multi-use axe machete with sheath.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hey, Herobrine King.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How you doing? You sound like you're in a tunnel.
Yeah, I'm at a museum guarding it, so I'm in
Nice.
I'm in the lobby.
Okay, Vanessa, just real quick. Wait one of these, because they actually issued this in the Air Force and the Army. Solitaire 499.
Oh yeah. I've seen those. Yeah.
Yeah, this is I like this thing. It's probably one of my favorite field knives. I only have 2 field knives though. The other one being a Mora.
There's a British service knife that I want.
Yes. I have an actual antique scout knife.
Oh yeah.
Hey, gotta just find it real quick. Here it is.
So what do you think about that design, Oz?
The Woodsman pal?
Yeah.
It looks like something that you see in the movies of tribes.
Nice. Okay, the Woodsman pal. I've seen reviews on it. I hear amazing things about that thing.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing. One of my
Like, so, I'm going to send one.
yeah, I was gonna say one of my uncles in Vietnam. He was a he was an engineer in Vietnam,
Nice.
and he had one issued to him, but he couldn't bring it back home because that knife was so rare and was so. It's been reissued and reissued and reissued
Hold
to
on.
different people since World War II.
It's available on the commercial market though, widely. Well, now anyway.
Yeah,
I
you
don't know
got the
about
classic,
that.
and you got the 2.0 version 2.0. PAL 481.
Yeah.
But just real quick, Vanessa, this is not a knife thing. It's a striker. But when I was talking about knife spine, normally, but when they work, normally there's a spine that like this cold steel.
Yeah.
I'll read that in a minute. This cold steel, it has its spine is rounded off. 90-degree spines are like that, where they are literally a 90-degree angle.
Nice. Oh yeah.
This thing is shit. But yeah.
Hold on, gentlemen. I will be right back.
Hold
People
on.
are coming in.
Okay, hold on. Vanessa. What do you mean? Hold on. Is it an actual full tang, or is it a stick tang like this one? That's what I'm wondering now.
Ontario knives are making
Yeah, the
really good
company
knives.
RD Tonto. Yeah, they do. They make amazing knives. That's who made this one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I love it when knives have it. I tried giving my Mora a 90-degree spine, but I failed horribly. Because I was trying to use. So I have this in my work shirt. The thing came off, and so did the strap. But I tried to use the coarse diamond to make it and have a 90-degree spine. I failed.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah. But yeah. I have a lot of crap. Just noticed that.
And my
Like,
hands are on the keyboard. No way.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. That's it. You might have the 499 if it looks like this thing, like this. This thing's got some use on it. My phone's just need to shut up. Anyway, I have one for Twitch stuff. I have one for uploading YouTube stuff from my camera. But yeah, Ontario is a great brand though. It really is. Ontario and K-Bar. Apparently, K-Bar means to kill a bear.
Yeah.
I did not know that until recently.
I have known that for a couple of years now.
I have a Marine in my family. I have Marine friends. I still did not know that. But yeah. You know, apparently, Gerber
525 will.
I've never heard of Hypolian. However the crap you say that. I've never heard of that. I can't know material.
I can't say I have either, so.
Yeah, but.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you would definitely have one of these then. Because the Air Force now has another knife that is just like this, the ASEC. Look, I don't remember what it stands for, but that was started being issued in 2004, I think. This thing has been issued since World War I or II, either one. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was World War II that this thing started being issued. But yeah. Also, just real quick, most daggers. I'm talking to whoever or is asking what kind of dagger. Most daggers are like this, double edged. This one's a kunai, but still. I had like 3 of them, but I lost one. And the other one I lost somewhere in my room. Which kind of sucks. But yeah. I have 4 machetes for some reason.
Hypalon is a type if flexible grip handle. Excellent to have as a handle material when hands are slimy cleaning animals.
So
okay.
There's 2 other materials that I know of that does that, and that's micarta and rubber. Micarta I hear is amazing in handle material. Ow.
Mine time here when city is 10:45, so I'm 1 hour ahead of you.
It's like 3:46 for me. 3:46 in the evening. But I'm in the States, so. But yeah. So like, this is my carnivore.
That's a nice knife too.
Yeah, the Carnivore X.
It is similar to my machete.
Yeah, it is very similar. When you first held it up, I thought yours was just a tan handle old version. Yeah, except yours has a tip on it. This one doesn't. This one has a digging tip.
Yeah. Your tip is more in angle, like a Tanto style.
No, this tip is actually blunt. It's meant for digging, according to the information that I came with. Yeah, it also comes with this little guy.
Okay. That was a nice little.
Yeah, there is 2 wrenches right here. Sorry, again, using my computer. There, and these little things right here on the handle, these little bumps, that's not jimping. That's to lash you to a stick to turn into a spear.
Okay.
Oh, okay, that makes sense, Vanessa. Yeah. That's probably why I've never heard of it. I started collecting like 5 years ago was when I started collecting knives. Now, not including. Huh?
Breaking news. Captain Crazy with crew to announce fears over O variant and will issue stark warning to unvaccinated Americans about a dark winter.
Oh, Jesus. But, yeah. I'm just gonna turn them down to do not disturb.
Media hype again.
Yeah. But, yeah. Oh, you know what's stupid? About my town, about my state, anyway? Or probably half of America? Guess what yesterday was? National Shoot the School Day. And apparently the president actually made it to where rape is legal for 1 day in the year.
What?
Yeah.
Legal.
For 1 day.
It sounds like the movie Purge.
Exactly. That's probably where it came from.
Pretty soon there will be a purge. I mean,
right?
The way that, humanity keeps breeding and we don't have the resources to feed every mouth.
Yeah.
I mean,
once humans overpopulate even more than we already have.
I mean, look at nature, okay?
Yeah.
All farmers and everything have killed off all the natural predators to protect their livestock and
the crops
with the lack of
birds.
Yeah. and with like in the past 5 years here in Texas, where I live, we have javelina pigs, which are smaller, hairier wild hogs, and they will destroy land, gardens, crops. They'll even attack, deers and other animals.
Okay, hold on.
To
Guardian prepping.
get them away.
Guardian prepping. I said that rape is legal for 1 day in the year. Sometime in April. Which takes me up a little bit more because April is Autism Awareness Month, and I have it. That's granted, my girlfriend's been raped before. A few of my friends have. It's like, ooh. I'm not happy about that. Started last April.
But, humans are killing themselves off.
We really are.
And, I mean, we're overpopulating.
We are, or we
don't
have
enough land. Oh, we still are. I mean,
yeah, but I mean, we are overpopulated already, in my opinion.
Not yet, because there's still places to have humans, but
true. I thought people would learn how to leave nature alone.
Yeah,
we are.
I mean, we have plenty. Oh, go ahead, Austin.
We are far from overpopulated. We just are overpopulating small pockets of land.
True.
As far as land mass on this Earth goes, on our little planet called Earth, there's enough land mass to inhabit who knows how many gazillions or billions or trillions of people. I don't know the numbers. I don't want to go.
We have about, I think, like 3 billion humans on Earth. 3 billion, 3 trillion. 1, 2.
There's more than there's 8 billion or something like that, 7 point something billion right now. But again, those numbers are growing all the time. But
yeah, that was the last time I checked.
It's overly dense in small pockets.
Yeah,
and then you add the cities to it, which then becomes non-sustainable. Yeah. It literally becomes non-sustainable. Cities are not sustainable. If you live in a city, you must be dependent upon others for your daily bread and water.
Yeah.
Yes.
Part of daily life in general.
Well, yeah. So,
but you gotta think of
on the planet, or are we just overpopulating cities on the planet?
Yeah, true. It just makes it seem like we are overpopulating even more than we are.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing with civilization, though. Always like humans have always found comfort and protection within others, even though they don't like being around other people or anything.
Yeah.
But
I'm very protective. I'm probably overprotective, actually.
Well, like people feel safer in crowds, kind of like how sheep feel safer and fish feel safer in groups. You know, like
one alone is weak, but multiple is stronger.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I've heard.
But you got to look at places like that weren't meant to be occupied, that humans have occupied, like here in Texas, like San Antonio. 90% of our water is recycled water. That's recycled from sewer water, rainwater.
Okay, the rainwater I understand.
Yeah, I mean, everything is recycled and re-purified and sent back.
That probably takes a lot of water purifiers. That probably takes a lot of chlorine, actually.
Yeah. And but we don't have enough water. And when the rain comes, it's rare. So we don't have enough natural water to fill up our water reserves. So we have to continuously recycle the water that we do have.
Yep. And I'll
But
mention
what were you going to say, Ozzy?
from the USA,
Yeah.
Earth ships. Whoever does a search on Earth ships and the principle of an Earth ship. I'm not saying build a home or a house along those that looks like one of those houses that they've been building over the years, experimenting with, but the actual principles of upcycling materials rather than recycling. Also, self-sufficiency when it comes to water, recycling water, utilizing it multiple times on an individual household level, property level, power, solar power. We have the technology there. Using natural phenomena of the world, such as wind and earth, to cool air down so that you don't use up power to cool the place down with air conditioning. And I know this sounds like, but that's going backwards. No, it's called going forward, because you're using less energy to produce the same product or the same comfort, even better in some ways, because you see what I'm saying? And you're not recycling, so you're losing less energy. You're not causing more pollution. And it's actually called moving forwards. But again, what have we been taught? And what is reality?
Two different things.
I know that some of those people that look up Earth ships, they're like, that's just, it's just whacked out. Why is it whacked out? Why are the principles of an Earth ship, upcycling, reutilizing the water, and being self-sufficient as far as food and electricity and water goes altogether? It's like, hang on a second, what's wrong with it? That's absolutely wonderful.
Oh, there's a Earthship community that's in New Mexico right now. Oz.
But they don't look like the traditional brick home, and people automatically just look at it. And that's again playing, like, if that community had played the game, well, they are now actually. They're building homes which are looking more and more like.
Well, it's been around since like the 70s, I heard.
Correct. That is correct. That is 100% correct. That information is spot on.
Yeah.
But they've also, like I said, they are now trying to appeal to the average Joe Blow, right?
Average everyone
homeowner, by making it look a little more like a home as what we're used to seeing, if you see my point.
Yeah.
But it's the principles of the Earth that are very important, not the actual materials or the designs that they've done in the past, used materials. Designs of the houses really look like something out of bloody Star Wars, as I've heard mentioned a couple of times. But in reality, the but their materials that they're using, from fire to this to that, it's like, hang on a second, that makes sense. And they've adapted Earth ships to suit cold climates like Canada, for example, and Earth ships to suit hot climates like the deserts where you are. So, hang on a second. So they are adaptable, but it's the principles behind it that matter. Upcycling, not recycling, upcycling, and reutilization of water, independence of power, independence with food. It's like, hang on a second.
Yes.
Isn't that the dream? Isn't that the dream come true? Have your own home.
Yes.
Be safe and sound as far as food and water goes. Have your own power. So you're not paying bills to the bloody power company, whatever, the distribution.
Right.
But if human beings are independent, as far as those topics go, and they're safe as far as food and water go, the government doesn't have much control, do they? They don't have as much of a control over everything you say and do and think, because you're not stressing out over where your next lunch is coming from or how you get
what was it in
water.
1978? In 1978, the one that was in I can never say the word, Pueblo, New Mexico, or somewhere like that, where the first Earth House buildings were. They shut them down because they were saying that it was a health hazard to humans because of the recycling and upcycling of gray and black water. And they said that it was affecting the livelihoods of those individuals that was there. And those same individuals went to the hospital and got a full health report, and they were healthier than people living in the actual city. So
that kind of bites him in the butt right there. Sorry for so young, by the way. My ears are pretty tight right now.
Yeah, look, as far as health and that goes,
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, any, I mean, don't get me wrong, but there is no politician on this earth that could say that they're concerned about the health of humanity, and yet they keep pumping out the laws, they keep pumping out on all fronts.
Right.
The pollution, whether it be supply of water, whether it be, it's like, come on, really?
Oh yeah.
How is no, we just that's a rabbit hole, mate. That's a rabbit hole. No end to that one.
Oh, I know. I mean, just look at every big tractor trailer truck that goes down any interstate or whatever. They're puffing out huge black smoke, and
the diesel.
Well, I mean, it's not just that. I mean, it's also all the other additives and everything that's
true
in the engine.
Yeah, true.
But I mean, just the tractor trailer trucks alone is putting out enough toxins in the air to kill us.
Yeah.
And that's not talking about every other car that's on this planet.
We have a lot of carbon monoxide in the air, higher than we should.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? If these world leaders / politicians voted in representatives or non-voted in representatives, I guess in some countries, in many countries, would be worried about humanity's health, 90% of the products that are produced under the standard of health standards, whether it be during the production phase or the actual final product itself, would not be on the market.
Right.
God, 90% of our bloody plastic kitchenware would not be on the market. Just as one example.
Yep.
And we all know where most of it comes from.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, when they were trying to do the health regulations and everything here in, America for companies and, like there was a in Tennessee, when I was still living in Tennessee, there was a paper recycling factory, and they took all the paper, all the cardboard, everything, recycled it, remade it into whatever. And but the thing was, it smelled so horrible, and it was literally making people sick and giving people headaches and all this stuff that was within miles of that factory. It was supposed to be a green factory, but just the process of it was making individuals sick because they weren't used to that smell. But there was a coal mining plant down the street from it, and there was like $100,000 houses and everything in communities around that, and it was putting out puffs of black smoke every day, and nobody said anything about health problems there. And
I don't know.
yeah, I
mean,
don't know.
it's
either,
crazy.
brother.
You know, what's crazy in all this is carbon,
People
free
are greedy.
whether it be timber or coal. They're natural resources, first of all. By the
Yep.
time a tree grows to its, I'll say, adult size, full size,
Right.
it has cleaned out so much carbon dioxide that's out there that even by burning the
Yep.
whole entire tree, you'd have to burn, I don't know how many hundreds or possibly thousands of trees, depending on what type of tree we're talking about, to produce the amount of carbon dioxide that one tree cleans. It's like,
Right.
hang on a second. So, and you're talking about paper products, which are carbon products, which can be utilized so many ways when it comes to returning it back to nature, i.e., and I use the household term composting. And yet,
Yeah.
what do we do? Let's add chemicals. Let's make whole industries around this to recycle it rather than
Yes.
reutilize it / upcycle it, return it back to nature into its useful original form. Because guess what? So much of the soil out there needs carbon.
I just realized something.
Right.
I realized something. People always say recycling helps the earth. Now I'm starting thinking, no, I think it's doing the opposite. When it comes to like recycling the paper, or rather than like making it go back to the earth or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, imagine how many mega, God knows how many trillions of cubic feet of cubic meters of carbon dioxide that coal has cleaned over the centuries. Or
Yeah,
thousands
coal
of years.
is carbon. It's always purified carbon, if I remember right. Solid carbon, I mean.
And it's a natural resource. It's not. It's not natural.
Right. I mean, and what's the main ingredient in any water filter that we use today? Activated charcoal.
Really? I thought the main one was chlorine or whatever.
No, that's chemical treatment.
Yeah. Yeah, it's activated charcoal. Charcoal is not only good for us, it's good for the environment, it's good for everything. I mean,
people say that charcoal is terrible.
Yeah, I mean, charcoal has so many uses to it. I mean, it can filter things. It can, you can use it to brush your teeth. You can use it to, I mean, you could eat charcoal and it will cure you of upset stomach. It will cure you of diarrhea.
Wait, my entire life, I was always told, don't eat charcoal. It'll kill you.
No.
Well, anything will kill you if you eat too much.
But I mean, like, even a little bit of it would hurt you, is what I've always been taught.
No. I mean, they make charcoal toothbrushes now.
I forget about that.
They even have a charcoal teeth whitener.
That sounds like the opposite.
We're living in a day and age where
lies are everywhere.
Yeah, it's funny because they say, "Oh, we're natural," and yet we're going to extremities which are so non-natural.
Yeah.
Right. It's like, I don't know how to put it. Something that should be good is considered bad, and something that is totally bad is called good, and it's named the exact opposite to what it is. It's like, it's like, talk about Discord /
Right. Well, the thing is, okay, everybody wants to go natural and everything, but
anything
when
is natural
companies,
anymore in cities?
Well, it's not that it's not natural. It's the process that it takes to make it natural by FDA standards or whatever, because it has to go through a processing that is regulated. And if it's not used with certain other chemicals in it, it's not considered. What is the word? To where humans can consume it. You know.
When you say regulated, that means laws, regulation.
Yeah, regulated. That's it.
Laws and regulations, right? Around
Yes, sir.
all of that work well if money doesn't talk. But when money starts talking,
Yep.
what? All the principles of common sense, all the principles of good for humanity go out the window.
Isn't common sense no longer a
Yes.
thing at this point?
Is common sense what?
Like, Jesus, isn't like common sense like no longer a thing anymore? Pretty much. I mean, that's true in my town.
Common sense has lost its meaning.
Yeah.
Anymore. I mean, the common sense now is saying, "Hey Google,"
Yeah.
you know.
So true.
That's not actually to Google or anything.
Yeah, but you know,
There's a joke about that tells the whole story. It says children need to respect their parents simply because parents finished high school without Google.
Yeah.
Right. Oh man.
Well, now, like every student in my town, we all have Chromebooks, and not my town, my state. Every student uses a Chromebook now, or some other kind of computer for everything. They don't send you home with paperwork or barely at all anymore.
You know, when I was in school, there was an actual class called handwriting.
Yeah.
And you were actually judged on your handwriting.
Yes.
Yeah. And you know what? They actually taught us how to write checks and checkbooks.
Correct.
One thing though, like they stopped teaching cursive, which for me, I'm kind of fine with that because I'm unable to do it anyway because of how shaky my hands get, because my autism and such. But still,
I remember when I was in primary school, they'd teach us how to hold a pencil or a pen later on, but pencil properly with the 3-finger rule, and you'd have those little rubber triangular things
the little
to help
grip.
I always do like that.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
That's how I've always done it.
Yet my children today in Australia go to school. They hold a pen in a very awkward manner, using 4 fingers or whatever. I don't know. I don't even know how.
Whole hand.
Whatever. Holding it any which way but the traditional proven to work method, so that you can write cursive easily and you can write, any which way you want. But no, today it's like, oh no, you can't do that. And, let the children blah 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 blah. It's like, hang on a second.
That's screw people over in the long run, though. But technology's taking over anyway.
But I'm just saying, it's even from the smallest of things, like how to hold a pencil in an effective manner that's proven to work, right? Unless you have an issue which prevents you from doing that, which is understandable.
Yeah.
But don't let the kids do whichever way they want, however they want.
Yeah.
And then later on, but it's like it starts from the very beginning.
Right.
There's a good way of doing it, an effective way of doing it, a proven to work method, and there's the not so effective method of doing it.
Correct.
But then if you mention to somebody, like you said, handwriting, imagine today somebody comes home from primary school, their kid come home from primary school and handwriting. Oh, they got a D in handwriting. Oh, I'm triggered. I'm so offended.
People get offended over everything.
Right.
People get offended over everything nowadays. It's ridiculous.
I mean, I can understand. I can understand why they got rid of handwriting. I can understand why they got rid of spelling. I can understand a lot of. I can understand it, but it doesn't mean that I approve of it.
Yeah.
Because of the way technology has. Well, it's not that. It's because the way technology has evolved over the last 30 years.
Sure.
People don't even know how to balance their checkbook or their checking account anymore, because they get automatic updates on what the balance on their checking account is and what their last 10 purchases were. I mean, when you go to a restaurant, and you pay.
Hold up. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. But when you pay for it with your debit card or credit card or whatever, you have to sign, and they bring you a electronic tablet to sign, and you don't even need to say your signature. You just
scribble,
draw a line through it, and that's acceptable.
Some people just do like like for me, PH, Philip Howland. All I would have to do is do a P, a little squiggle, H, a little squiggle, and I'm good.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you don't even need. Yeah, you don't need any of that stuff, and that means because used to back when me and Shadow and Oz were young, your signature was who you were. Yeah. Your signature was you. But now in this day of age, nobody needs that because we are all considered one now.
You have facial recognition now. No, you have facial recognition now. I need it anymore.
One thing
and your RFID is your ID.
What I used to do before I graduated recently from the school, I love the yin symbol. I'm just gonna say right now because of what it means to me. Without light, there can be no dark, and vice versa. But like I used to make that symbol on everything I did just to show that it was mine.
Yeah.
But no one else did anything like that.
Yeah. I mean, I went with my cousin, which my cousin just got out of high school. He just turned 18 and everything. Yeah. And we went to a restaurant, and he's like, "Here, I'll pay this time and everything because you've always paid for me when we went out to dinner and everything." I was like, "Okay." And he looked at me and he said, How much do I add for a tip? What is 5% of this tip?" And I was like, "Are you serious? It's $20. Really? It's like $2."
Yeah.
And
that's 10%.
Yeah. And now, and I looked on that receipt, and it says, and it even told him, there's the 10% tip, and it gives you how much. There's a 20% tip at how much, and a 30% tip at how much. And I was like, choose one of those options, and it goes automatically to that. And he's like, "Oh, I didn't know that." I was like, wow, what are they teaching kids in school now?
You don't want to know. Mainly it's technology stuff nowadays. That's it.
Look, I've got a 23-year-old who got educated in former Eastern European country. I've got 2 teenagers who went to the first years of primary school in the former Eastern Bloc country and now in high school here in Australia. And we did a few years of primary here, now in high school. And I've got a little kid who's 9 years old who's in primary school.
But like, as a school, in math, they're always using calculator now.
I now fully agree with what people are stating more and more openly about many teachers, not all, many teachers who are hired to teach the know-how, who are now trying to, and they actually believe that what they're doing is the right thing by parenting. Now parenting children instead of teaching children.
Yeah.
And
wait, what?
I'm feeling and seeing the difference. They're spending more. They're putting more of an emphasis on imposing their morality or immorality upon the children in the classroom, instead of teaching them the know-how that they need to have to get through life. And
Well,
to
let's say
think,
it's
what
Wait, so you're
I've seen the
hold on.
differences.
So you're
Changing.
telling me that they are literally brainwashing people to believe, to make children copy what this individual is telling them to do.
Yes.
That's what happens in
I,
the state. It's also in a sense.
I see it on my children, different teachers, and I
Yeah.
listen to them when they talk about teachers and what they've been studying in class. I just listen to them, and I see the difference between a teacher and a modern day so-called teacher. The difference being,
Right.
there are good teachers out there who are literally making sure that the kids learn what they need to know and to move forward in life. And there are teachers out there who are putting such an emphasis on things which are definitely in the parenting side of things and not the classroom side of things.
So,
Morality, immorality, personal preferences, what's acceptable, what's not acceptable on a personal level.
That's
of
really
individual.
happening at high schools here.
We're literally creating a society which is society in the sense of the one thought system. You either think like I
one
tell
thought,
you to think.
one mind.
Yeah. In Australia, we used to pride ourselves on the following fact. That used to be a fact. People that came to Australia to study always said that they loved the approach at our universities and at our high schools where students were taught to think as individuals and to come to conclusions using what they've learned, right? Common sense, as we often refer to it, instead of being told what to think and what is right and what is wrong. They would be taught how to come to the conclusion of what is right and what is wrong. Now I'm noticing upon my children, so I'm not talking about other people, I'm talking about my family, my own children. Our children are being told what to think.
Yeah. There's some teachers here that might have to do that. There's some that don't. There are some that are a mix of both.
All I'm saying is I, as a parent now, see that my role is no longer to ensure that my children are brought up to be good human beings, but my job is to do that, plus make sure that they learn how to think on their own and to get to the conclusions on their own about topics and not to be told what to think.
Right.
And I'm seeing a lot of things here in Australia now which would never have been thought possible 30, 40 years ago, or even 25 years ago, right? Yet now it's the norm. And the scary part is that's how it's done in the former Eastern Bloc countries. Why? Because of it takes a long time for things to change. Okay, so I'm not picking on the former Eastern Bloc countries. They went from one system. They're now in the process of change to a system that should be based on the individual and teaching the individual how to think on their own, right?
Right.
No right from wrong on their own without being told what's right and wrong. You get it? But they're still in that process. The teachers are the old school and the teachers, and the process, it takes time. But I'm now seeing the exact opposite trend here in Australia from what I've heard from many in American. The same issues in America, same issues in Canada, where teachers are taking it upon themselves to be parents. And I say parents because they're parenting children. That is not in the job description of a teacher.
One of my favorite teachers from when I was at school, he was kind of a mix of both. Like we started talking about the moralities, all that after I was out of his class. But while in his class, he taught like he's supposed to.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know.
I have a. Oh, I was just going to say I have a master's in cultural anthropology. I have a bachelor's in archaeology and a bachelor's in geology, and you see me doing security. But I got a cracker box, kind of like, psychology degree, but my mentor, Professor James Avon, he told me in 2005 that the world in the next 20 years is going to conform to a hive mind mentality, because people are going to lose their independence and people are going to have a better time being told what to do, what to think, what to say, instead of getting ridiculed for saying what they believe and what they think. And hello. Hold on, I'll be right back. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay.
I was just gonna state I've seen the transitional countries, experienced it firsthand as a parent, and now I'm experiencing the transition to the exact opposite in a Western country, which I grew up in and went through the education system as a child, and was where the art of debating was something which was excellent. And yet today, oh no, the art of debating today is way different to what it was 25, 30 years ago. That's all I'm going to say on that topic.
Sure it is. Also, while talking, I'm just making a little paracord cross for someone. Yeah.
Yeah, Klingon Princess. On that note, I'm more touching on the fact that I'm seeing some teachers pretend to be parents to my children.
Yeah.
And they don't realize the damage that you're doing to the children by doing that. And I'm not talking about just about morals. I'm talking about the fact that these children are being brought up in a way where parents don't matter, right? Or that's what they're being taught indirectly by that, with that approach. And secondly, they're also imposing their personal individual conclusions upon these children, which is wrong. It's not the way it used to be done in Australia. We used to brag as Australians about, people would come here from the States, people come here from Europe, students, and they'd all say that the approach in Australia is totally different to what it was in Europe or what it is in the States. It's a different way of educating students in a good way, in a very positive manner, where the individuality would shine out, where they'd come to possibly even the same conclusion as what the teacher may have or the professor may have, but they'd come to it on their own, using common sense and logic.
I was trying to figure out how to combine these real quick. To be honest,
That's the scary. That is scary. Very scary. That is literally 1984, or in the making, as we're living it. Oof. I mean, less than 100 years ago, in the 1950s, the world literally was saying we shall never have a repeat performance of what went down in pre-World War II Germany. We shall never have that. We shall never allow for anything like that to happen. That is the enemy. We shall prevent any such thing from happening again. And yet here we are, doing it in just about every single country.
Yeah. Sadly, history does repeat itself often.
People repeat themselves. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Making the same mistakes over and over and over.
And we never learn from the history or the mistakes that been done in the back in time either. So we repeat everything.
And the arrogance out there among those people who think they're better than human beings from the past, that is absolutely scary.
Yeah.
Technology has changed or become
Yeah,
more
it has.
better at a different level. But has the human mind changed? Has our ability to be more humble changed? No. We're actually getting more and more arrogant. I dare say more arrogant than any regime / i.e. Nazi Germany, as the most commonly known example. We're more arrogant than that regime. Our society in the West is becoming more arrogant than Nazi Germany was in so many ways. It's scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
I'm not
really.
saying. Yeah, I'm not saying that the Russians are excluded from that. Look, they went through X amount of years of communism, a regime. So they're in the process of neither here nor there. It's a changing process. But why then are we changing in the opposite direction? Why are we going towards those evils as society, as people, as human beings?
Yeah.
Why are we choosing bad, something that's proven to be bad and have deadly results? Why are
claiming it's
we
good.
as
Okay, I'm
society
back. Sorry, guys.
why are we allowing it to happen? That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's like we're here
Yeah.
talking about it. We all have a tendency to agree on some points, maybe even many points, that there are many things being done in a manner or form or fashion which is totally wrong and leading towards disaster, namely a deadly disaster. And yet we're simply talking about it. And we're letting it happen. That's the scary
Yeah.
part. And mea culpa. I'm part of the problem.
Well, the thing is, I mean, people are afraid of fighting back anymore.
Yeah.
People have been beaten down. People have, people are afraid of the repercussions of fighting back at certain for certain mindsets and certain things. But like in saying that, but there's all the time people protesting and everything, and not just in America, but all over the country, But but a lot of people that are caught being protest in America are Judicized. You know what I mean? Once they're caught being a protester or anything like that, they are marked by the police. They're marked by the local government. And their family, their children, and stuff like that get ostracized because of the actions of the individuals that go against a certain mindset. You know what I mean, brother?
I hear it.
Yeah. I mean, I
again,
don't
like I
agree
said,
with it either, but
I mean, if we just go back to post Second World War, we've learned a lot. No, sorry, that generation of people then learned the hardest of ways what is acceptable and what isn't acceptable as far as good and bad goes. And as a result, we
Yes.
got the Universal Declaration of Human Rights put together and agreed upon. Unfortunately, not adhered to, but agreed upon. Adhered to by many countries and many people, but not in its entirety, and everybody's broken the rules. It was a learning curve. And we honestly, I can say up until about the 60s, so for about a decade, it almost seemed as if nations and peoples of this earth, especially the Western nations, were striving to become societies which would adhere to the things written down in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And then all of a sudden, somewhere in the 60s or 70s, something started to change, and the rest is all downhill from there.
Yeah.
So
It was
the
like a
momentum was
landslide.
building up. Yeah, there was a momentum building up towards something fantastic in that 1 decade or so, or less than 2 decades. And then all of a sudden, it started to slow down, and start going the opposite direction. And here we are today in a world where we are seeing so many things happen around us, and we're just letting it happen.
Yeah,
That's
like,
the part.
you know what's really weird though to me? People are always like, someone else will call the police. I'll be fine. Seriously. It's like people think, oh, someone's already called. Oh, I won't have to call anyone. Bruh. The more calls they get, the more likely they are to come. Well, for anything. If you can see what I mean, how I'm comparing that.
Well, I think of it like this, okay? People don't like, I mean, there's two sides of it. There's people that like to conform. Then there's people that do not like to conform. But they're also friends with the people that do conform to the rules. And
Yeah.
they like to break those people's mindsets and make them come over to the other side.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Star Wars, you know. It's like the Sith trying to turn Jedis over to the dark side.
Yeah.
But any good idea, well, it's like any good idea can only hold for so long. It's like every great civilization, you know, Rome, Greece, Damascus, you know.
There's a place called Damascus?
Huh?
There's a place called Damascus?
Yeah, that's where Damascus steel was made, Damascus swords.
I was always told that was Pakistan, near Pakistan, where it was originally made.
No, it was Damascus. But anyways,
I think it was a wood steel. Anyway. I think it was wood steel.
It's like, let's take Damascus, the city of Damascus, for example. You know, they made their living. Each family had their own Damascus recipe to make their own Damascus steel.
Yeah.
Well, they got rich off of it for generations. Then their children started wanting to do other things because they became spoiled, they became whatever, and they didn't want to become blacksmiths. They didn't want to keep up the family traditions. So they all stopped doing it and sold their recipes off and all this stuff, and then the city of Damascus became no more.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the same way of thinking with, you know, with our civilization and with our current way of life. We can come up with, oh my goodness, sorry. We can come up with an amazing idea, and everybody can be at peace. Everybody can try to keep to the same mindset. But then there's going to be the people that do not believe in it, the people that do not want to conform to that way of thinking. And that small group, and you can see it in protesters and stuff today, all you need is a small handful of individuals that continuously bombard the government or bombard the local mayor or local police force for so long until they just give up.
Yeah.
And they say, you know what, we're done. We're done dealing with this. If you don't want this mindset, if you don't want this way of life, fine, we'll change it. And but they don't, but they won't ever give the blame to anybody else. If they break one way of thinking and it becomes worse, it's not the individuals that changed it that gets the blame. The ones that protest, the ones that whined and cried about it, it's the government officials that gave in to them that get the blame, you know. And I'm not trying to protect government officials. I'm just saying that they just give up and they're like, whatever. My term's about to end.
You're right.
People will get tired of it eventually.
Yep. But then I have to go back to the Swiss model of having referendums along with elections on laws, and whether it be at local level or national level, local, county / regional level or national level, where the people have their say on all sorts of things, from laws which were put forward by the people, or laws that were put forward by the representatives, and the people decide by a referendum: do we want this law in our society or not? Do we want things done this way or not? But again, this is the country which has been where each household knows what it means, has know-how to protect itself, its community, and its nation. And they're made up of multiple people as far as backgrounds go. You're looking at people who are of Germanic backgrounds, with people who are of Latin background, Latin-speaking background, French and Italian. Yeah. And then you have many Swiss citizens who are from all over Europe. You know, they're not necessarily traditionally like centuries there, but they've become a part of society. They've become citizens, and they're responsible. You know, the self-discipline and responsibility on an individual level, and it seems to work much better than any other democracy out there.
Oh yeah, I agree with you 100% on that. But like here in America, you know, half of the people that protest or disagree with certain laws or certain ideas, half of them don't even vote. They don't even, you know, they don't add to any of this. They don't vote against these people. They don't vote for them. They don't even care about when they have town hall meetings to discuss new laws and procedures and stuff that's going on.
Yeah.
Like, they don't even try to be a part of society until it affects them.
Yeah. People are so greedy.
Yeah.
You're like one-sided.
Yeah, they don't want the responsibility. They like pointing fingers, but they don't like looking in the mirror.
No one
who's guilty for what's there. Yeah.
Rarely anyone takes responsibility for anything.
Right. And that's the thing, you know, like it goes back to that saying, you know, the pen is mightier than the sword. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Words are more dangerous and do more.
I mean, especially in this day of age where, well, go ahead, Oz.
No, words are just as dangerous. It can be just as dangerous as anything else, just like the sword, if abused. If abused and used for evil, it is something that results in evil. If they're used for good, guess what? They have a better chance of resulting in something that could be good.
Yeah.
Right.
But what happens when people who are fighting good and evil actually believe that something evil is good? What happens then? Nazi Germany, Communist Russia, Communist China. That's what we get. Yeah. When people sincerely believe, when they're taught from day one of their life or their education that that something evil is good. And that's where we're getting to. I saw it, like I said, I saw it happen in Europe. I'm seeing it happen here in Australia. It's like, don't get me wrong. It's just, it's hard to fathom. It's hard to chew on, let alone actually, swallow. Ugh.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the same thing as, that's going on in California and going on here in Austin, Texas. They are conforming to a socialism party. They think everything's okay and nothing's wrong as long as it doesn't affect them. It's good. Yeah. But in today's standards, 20 years ago, just 20 years ago, the internet was nothing like it is today. Anybody that has anything to say can go and post it on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, whatever. And millions of people are going to see it. Millions of people are going to follow that. And then, that's how people have brought down businesses left and right because of social media and YouTube. But before those people's words weren't even heard by companies because there wasn't a way to get out to mass amount of people like it is today.
Yeah.
The tech has changed, but I can see it being abused.
Yeah.
It's amazing that sometimes I caught myself saying it the other day. I looked up something on Google and I went and it was on Wikipedia and I'm like, hey, this page on Wikipedia seems to be fairly objective. It's just stating the facts and stats and data, probably the buzzword today, the data, data. It's like, and they're not, and pretty much it's not giving any type of biased opinion on it. It's just laying out the fact. I'm like, check this, wiki page. And I'm sure that when someone catches onto it, they'll be like, oh, we can't have this. We have to say this from our angle, rather than just putting out and letting people
Wikipedia can rarely be trusted though these days because people can put lies on it. That's all they want.
Yeah, I was surprised that I actually found a wiki page on a topic which was sort of like pretty much
that didn't have propaganda in it.
Yeah, there was no the opinionated. I mean, someone could say it's opinionated because it's not opinionated, but BS. It's just like and I was surprised, but that's just how numbed have I become, or you, or all of us, to that phenomena of opinions being facts, being presented as facts.
Opinion,
and it shocks you when you find that diamond in the rough.
So some people some opinions are facts, some opinions are lies. Like it's very confusing, very quick.
Well, here's the thing: 90% of the population is quick to be opinionated, without having any research or any knowledge on the situation. It's because they wish to be a part of the interact. You know what I mean?
I do a lot of research on something, but there's some things where I don't do any research at all. But I still say it as a fact. I'm like, well, shit.
Yeah. It's just,
It's better to be popular than to be just.
That's one thing. I don't care about popularity. I'm one of those few people in my generation who don't care what people think of them.
Right.
Now that I'm like, fuck you.
Yeah.
But you should think about why they are thinking that of you. That's the catch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. When you have 10 people say that you're behaving like an asshole, there's a chance that you are behaving like an asshole. It doesn't mean that you are. But
no way.
Think about it. Yeah, it's like, really? But when someone says you're being an asshole,
you go?
in fact, it's like, hang on a second. Why am I the bad guy here? I'm just laying out fact, the data.
Some people hate hearing
I'm
facts.
I'm not saying my opinion. Oh, you're saying your opinion because you're laying out facts. You're laying the facts. You're putting the facts on the table. That's an opinion. No, it's not. That's just me presenting.
I don't get why people are like that. Like, some people think that everything is an opinion. No, it's not. Like,
well, see, Oz, I was going to say, I've been to some of my wife's family reunions, and I've had like 10 people say I was an asshole, and I didn't even say anything. So
that's weird. So since freshman year, and I've given no any reason to be like this to me. Ever since freshman year of high school, everyone in that school has been scared of me, and I have no idea why.
And it's just people.
But it's like, okay, sure. Or I used to hit bricks for a living. Come on, not for a living, but you know what I mean. Like, come on. I used to always hit bricks just for fun at times, and my hand would be just fine. But still. I mean, come on.
And then look at, let's say, for example, people who are for independence on a family unit or an individual level, such as preppers.
Yeah.
It's all of a sudden it's like, oh, you want independence for your family? You want independence for yourself? You want to be an independent human being? That's the American dream. That's the Australian dream. You can't have that. That's wrong. It's like, isn't that what it's all about?
Yeah.
Financial independence, independence on an individual level, on a sustainability level. Isn't that what it's all about?
Yeah.
Wasn't that the dream once upon a time?
Yeah.
That is the American dream, to
it's rare
be
nowadays.
your own self-made whatever.
That's
I mean, look. Well, it started in America, it started after the Depression, and when the Dust Bowl hit and stuff like that. And then it came back again during World War II with victory gardens and stuff like that, because they were saying, help the home front, let whatever food items that can be sent to our troops go there, and y'all stay home and grow your own vegetables and your own meat and everything, and leave the processed foods to go to our soldiers. And they
excellent.
Even
common sense.
I mean, even FEMA tells us to make a bug out bag and to be prepared.
Scout motto is be prepared.
Yeah.
But that today is like, think about it. How many city folk, and I'm picking on city folk when I say that directly, with a bit of a sour green on my face. But how many city folk actually take notice of any of that? Not very many.
No. See,
people outside.
There's been a movement. Yeah. There's been a movement with city people lately, like people that are in gated communities and stuff, of having pet chickens. And, they're like, oh,
it is.
Yeah, and growing your own natural garden in your backyard.
Yeah.
And I'm like, are you serious? Like, and they think, oh yeah, I have 4 chickens and I get 6 eggs a day, and I have a small, 2 foot by 4 foot, garden in my backyard. What do you do? I have 7 acres and a half acre garden, and chickens, and I have feeding, meat rabbits, and
Look,
that's what I
I'd still
do
rather
for a
see.
living.
But I'd still rather see people growing flowers and fruit trees and vegetables
Yeah.
and having like even a chicken or a rabbit as a pet,
Yeah,
even if it be as a pet, right? Than to see bloody nice cut lawns. You know,
true.
if it,
Yeah.
True.
one thing that the British took it from the Indians, if I understood right in history, and then the British spread it to all over the world during their era. And guess what?
Yeah.
That was one of the biggest mistakes ever made. A nice cut lawn, in my opinion, is one of the ugliest things on this earth because the amount of chemicals and crap that goes into getting it to that stage. I mean,
Yeah.
okay,
Like, different lawnmowers itself.
a golf course, a footy field, fair enough.
Yeah.
But in front of
A
your
yard?
house, your backyard, really?
Some
Put
people,
flowers there.
some people actually hate having long grass.
Oh no, you got to maintain the
All the
lawn.
way
I'm
around.
not saying maintain it. I'm just saying the amount of money and effort that goes into maintaining a lawn, if it was put into maintaining a yard in a way that would actually help nature, I'd rather see that than seeing a well-maintained lawn.
But again, like I said earlier, I just like to see people learn how to leave nature alone and not mess with it. Like,
Well, in
people.
Australia, if you don't mow the lawn, you get snakes, and if you get snakes and critters, guess what? You're in trouble.
Don't you guys also have spiders that come out of food? I heard one time they guys have food spiders.
Yesterday, here's the funny one for you, just to light up the moment. Was loading up a container yesterday, right, and taking down a marquee and loading it up in the container and all that. And Mrs. was there, and as we were loading it up, the pipes and all that, and I saw this huge mama of a funnel web. You can look up funnel web on the internet if you don't know what spider that is. And I said to my missus, "Hey, check it out. Look at the size of that bloody funnel web down there." But I was in a spot where I couldn't squish it. I was like,
right.
So I couldn't get to it. Well, if you can't kill it, leave it alone. And it won't touch you. Shouldn't touch you.
Yeah,
right.
And
no,
she didn't. Yeah, but she didn't see it, right? Even though I pointed to it, I said, "Hey, check out the size of that funnel." It's like, and she didn't see it because of the noise of the metal clanging and all that. And anyway, we sat down on the container's edge having a smoker, and I said, "Did you see the spider in there?" And she said, "What spider?" I said, "The big mama of a funnel web. It was huge, mate." And she's like, she jumped off the edge of that container. She said, I thought that was kind of amusing. She said, "If I had seen that, I would have jumped out of there so fast." I'm like, "Oh, good thing you didn't see it."
You mean what I pointed out to you earlier?
Oh
man,
it's like here in Texas and everything. When I go out in the woods and everything, and I'm doing my stuff out in the woods. Like during the summertime, tarantulas at night will find a way in your sleeping bag.
Yeah.
And one night I was just sleeping and I felt something crawling between my legs. And I was like, "Oh, what is this? Oh, please don't be a scorpion between my legs." And I start wiggling out of it slowly and slowly and slowly. It took me like an hour to get out of it. And by the time I got out, it was already up on my waist, like trying to get up under my shirt. And I was like, "Whoa, oh no, oh no." So I grabbed my knife and everything off my side, and I just put it up underneath it, and it crawled on my knife, and I just catapulted that thing away from me.
Nope. I did that before. Wasn't that before?
I'm laughing, but I will admit, better you than me.
Yeah, right. I've had, I've been asleep and I've woke up with tarantulas on my face and I thought I was in Aliens.
I was just about to say
And-
that.
Oh, bloody hell!
Yeah,
So
yeah. There was one bigger than my hand on my face. Like its legs were touching my ears, like just laying on my face.
can you talk how much?
And you guys talking about
Yeah.
Australia being bad without critters?
So
You're right.
so my scouts were doing a camp out in a cave. It's called Eagle Cave, but it's close to where I am. So I don't remember where it's at though. One of the people that was in my troop at the time, he's not anymore because he got kicked out of it for some reason. I don't remember why. But he woke up with a bat in his sleeping bag with him. Like he woke up to a little bat just sleeping with him in his sleeping bag.
Hey, there was one night I was out at at a location guarding it, and it was on a high-rise building, and it had this small little smoking like platform, like a little ledge. And so I was out there smoking, and there was this big bright light on the side of it, and I'm just looking up at the sky and everything, and all of a sudden I feel this thud hit me in the chest. And I'm like, what was that? And I look down. Oh, sorry. And I looked down on my chest, and there was this furry bat on my chest crawling around. And it turned around, and I looked down at it. It looked up at me. It screamed at me. I screamed at it, and I smacked it off of me, and it took off flying. we had like a screaming contest at each other.
Oh, boy.
What the hell?
It was one of those hog-nosed bats, so it was ugly as it. It was ugly as sin.
Ugly.
I'm still looking on that flinging the spider away. I do that too. I do that with different insects. Like, nope. Or even the arachnids. Nope, bye. Have you ever been stung by a scorpion?
Too funny. Too funny. Too funny to listen. They all said that.
Right.
Yeah. Although here's a bit of trivia for you. When I was in Europe, there was this there's a I don't know it's just a black colored snake. It literally it's from Russia or from the east Russia, and it was brought over with fish that were imported to Eastern European countries, and it is venomous, but it really, I mean, it runs, it slithers away at 1,000 miles per hour from people. There is rarely, it runs. It does not hang around. It sees you, it flees. Well, anyway, I was brought up in Australia when fishing, when hunting.
Yeah.
Seen my fair share of snakes. Nothing spectacular, but, had a few close calls, but never anything spectacular. Nothing to brag about, or apart from one situation. But anyway, I've never seen that many venomous snakes in one place as what I saw on our homestead, right? With these black snakes.
Yeah.
They were literally it was like one summer, they were you could not walk out into the orchard, the fruit orchard, without seeing these things slithering around. I mean, they were everywhere. And I said to myself, I grew up in Australia and I've never seen this many snakes on one property, in one place.
Yeah.
Never.
Well,
never. And
we have what's called cottonmouth or copperheads.
Heard of them.
They're a poisonous water snake, and here and I was living in Tennessee and everything. And there was one called Copperhead Creek, and the reason why it got its name is because the copperheads during winter, they will, like hundreds of them, will slither together in the water and make a huge body, like a black body in the water, and keep warm. And yeah, there's like maybe 200, 300 of them just like curled together in a big, huge ball. And it looks like a dead body floating in the water.
I've seen videos of people catching them on their lures.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to get going.
Yeah. You won't see me doing that.
I'm gonna rejoin later. See you guys.
See it.
Oh, take care, brother.
Yeah, like I said, mate, I've never seen that many, and I'm talking dozens upon dozens, in total hundreds during the season, during summer, is what I saw in Europe, and I'm like, I'm from Australia, and these people think Australia's bad. What the hell? Yeah, it's like, we're the ones that are known for critters, not Europe.
Right.
Yeah.
But see, like, I've always heard like the really dangerous ones are like out in the bush. Like they don't like coming around like human civilizations. Is that true in Australia?
Yeah, it depends on the flood season, drought season, fire season. Yeah, animals are animals. They're everywhere. Don't get me wrong. So a lot of people, even in Melbourne or now in Sydney, I'm seeing the same thing. A lot of these kids and people don't think that they're around because they don't see them that often. And I keep telling them, yes, they're around. They're just living in their little hiding spots like they do. It's spiders, snakes. They live in places where you don't easily see them. And when you easily see them, you either leave them alone or you kill them. Well, you can't kill snakes, but you know what I mean. Spiders. All right, we'll talk spiders. But
yeah,
the people in the city,
what about?
They don't think that they're there, but they are there.
Yeah. Oh, I was told ever since when I started doing like wilderness survival and everything, like there's a snake always 5 foot away from you, no matter where you're at. Like,
what?
At least here in America.
Hey, common sense. You're in their territory,
Right.
I mean, if you live next to,
you may not see them.
We're right next to a park here, right? Right near the house that we're renting, right next to us, literally. The other side of the fence is a park, and it's well maintained, extremely well maintained. It's the law. It's mowed once a week. It's absolutely fantastic. Hats off to the local municipality on maintenance as far as the park goes. But I keep telling my kids, hey, we got a swimming pool. There are frogs. There's a park there. There's a good chance that you might see a snake. And they haven't seen one yet. We've seen lizards galore. I mean, lizards, big deal. But as far as I haven't seen a snake either. But I keep telling them, don't think that the snakes are not around. They are there. We just don't see them because they hide from us.
Yeah.
They
feel our vibrations.
Exactly. So be careful. Be warned. Be careful. A lot of times I've seen
San Antonio, Klingon princess.
Yeah, I've heard the dog bark numerous times, and I always look which direction she's pointing to when she's barking. It's like, and I'm thinking to myself, and here's your missus and kids. They're just sort of like, oh, shut up, Lexi, don't bark, blah, 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 and But first I look which direction she's barking, and then if it's a case of telling it to shush, tell her to shush. But and it's just, again, one of these things where if you haven't got the experience outside of the city, you don't know how to put that know-how into your lifestyle in the city. And when there are bushfires, critters come into the city. When there's floods, critters come into the city. It's natural. There's nothing unnatural about it.
Right.
And then somebody gets bitten, heaven forbid, a child dies somewhere. It's like all over the news. And I'm like, but where's the know-how? Where's the people? It could have been prevented, maybe,
Yeah.
But the kids are walking around. They're not even looking in front of them. They're just walking. They're talking on their mobile
Oh,
phone,
yeah.
bloody crossing the street. Need I say any more?
Playing Pokemon Go.
Yeah. Or whatever other
Yeah.
games are. I don't even know. Yeah.
Yeah. I just remember the whole thing about Pokemon Go, like people falling off bridges and all in that game.
I could imagine, mate. It's like, mate, I had to go with my daughter the other week when she was coming to the car from school, and
Yeah.
she was crossing the street doing her teenager thing, la 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 blah 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 blah, crossing the street.
Mm-hmm.
I said, "Hand me the phone. No more phone."
Yeah.
Okay, end of story. And she was like upset, and she wasn't sure why. I tried to explain to her why, but you know, it's like.
Mm-hmm. Now, okay, I heard one time. I heard. What are they called? Jumping jacks. The ants that sting and put like hundreds of people in the hospital like every week in Australia. Is that really a thing? Like, is that? I mean, does that really happen?
I don't know. I honestly
They're
don't know.
supposed to be like this ant that jumps onto you and has like an inch-long stinger on it. And
no, I've never seen it. I don't think so. Unless it has a different name. But I leopard crawled over I leopard on one exercise. I leopard crawled over a bloody bull ant nest because they're flat. They're not a mound. They're a flat type of nest.
Right.
And in the middle of the night, during an exercise, I actually leopard crawled over one. I was like, oh man, I don't know how many dozens or whatever stings all over my chest and stomach and legs and everything. It was like, but I survived.
That sounds like fire ants.
I still remember it though.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You never forget being attacked by ants.
I still remember it so well. I literally leopard.
Yeah.
When I was walking to the medic, it was like to get, I was literally taking me clothes off as I was walking towards, like just get this shit off me. I got there.
By the time you're there, you're already naked.
Yeah. Oh, mate. Little red dog. Well, I found out that I'm not allergic to bull ant stings. Hey.
Good.
I know. Because if I was, I would have been screwed.
Yeah, we have fire ants out here, and they bite with an acidic bite, and it's not really a bite, but it's kind of the same impact as like a bee sting, and they create these blisters all over your body, and the blister contains the venom that the fire ants have. So when you're scratching it and you pop the blister, the venom goes into your bloodstream after you pop the blister. So yeah, it's like a delayed reaction. And
so how do you get rid of it then?
You have to soak your whole entire body or the bite in peroxide and let the peroxide pull it out.
Oh boy.
Yeah. I found that out the hard way because our fire ants don't make mounds either. They sound like your bull ants. And when I was cutting the grass and everything, my foot stepped on their nest, and like 500 of them crawled up my leg and was just tearing my leg up. And for like, I think cutting my leg off would have felt better than the pain that I went through, because
I don't want to know, mate. That's bad.
And I had to go to the doctor, and they said the only way that we can do it is put your leg in a whole entire tub of peroxide, then let the peroxide, pull out the venom then they go and pop the blisters. And I still have scars to this day from their bites.
You have mental scars too.
Oh yeah, it literally felt like I put my leg in a fire.
Oof.
Yeah.
I don't want to imagine, man.
Yeah, that's why I was saying, like, you'll never forget once you're attacked by ants. You know, like,
Yeah. Here.
because there's so many of them.
I'll vouch for that one too. But on
Yeah.
the bull ant, on this side of the bloody earth with bull ants,
Right.
they suck.
Yeah. Oh, they do. Shadow, you're quiet.
I'm tired, yeah.
You want to call it, brother?
Well, soon.
Okay,
We run for another 14 minutes and then we call it for the day. So,
No, brother. I got to get off here anyways because I got to start doing reports and everything.
yeah. You have to do that too. So,
Yeah. All right, brothers. It was great talking to y'all. It was good seeing you, Oz. It was good seeing you, Shadow.
yeah, it's good to see you too, buddy.
Yeah, likewise. Right back at you.
Hey, and y'all take care, and I will see y'all. I'll see y'all next stream.
Watch
Yeah.
out, creative redundancy might pop in.
Oh yeah, I know, right? Oh no, he was up late last night.
You'll see the number, like you just 8-hour stream. I was just about to say, you see the number there live go from a 4 to an 8.
All right, brothers. Y'all take care.
Yeah,
stay
take
safe.
care.
God bless you, bro.
All right, y'all too. Bye, brothers.
Yeah, guys. I think we wrap things up. Thanks, Klingon. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream, my friend. Yeah, it has been really interesting topics, this stream. And we get to the next week. It's Christmas next week. We celebrate on Friday, December 24th. But you guys in the US and Canada and other places, you probably celebrate on December 25th. So I figure out, should I do my live stream next Saturday anyway? Or should I not have my live stream next Saturday because of Christmas? And most of you guys celebrate on the 25th. So that is the question. Because I guess most of you are with your families and celebrate Christmas. So I was wondering if I should have my live stream on Saturday anyway, or not. I might do a poll on that one. Hey, RG. Yeah, I'm doing good, but I'm tired, but I'm doing okay. Yeah, probably, RG. Thanks, Jack. Well, I will think about it. I probably make a poll in my community tab, and let's see what the answer will be on that poll. So that was just something I was thinking of today, earlier today actually. So well, we'll see what happens. So, but anyway, guys, thanks. Thanks, Nancy girl. Thank you for stopping by. Much appreciated. And guys, I appreciate every one of you guys. You are my second family, and thanks for your support and everything. That means a lot to me. So, and my moderators, well, you have done a great job today. No trolls today, so I guess we should be happy about that. Thanks, guys, for everything. And let's keep this, keep it that way. So, okay, NC girl. And probably at Christmas Day, I believe we will probably be at my parents-in-law's house to eat leftovers. So if I do my stream on the Christmas Day, it will probably be a little bit later than 8 p.m. So I guess that would be probably maybe 10 p.m. or so, maybe, or 11 p.m. Well, we figure that out. So, well, guys, now I'm pretty tired, so I will see you in the next one. And take care, guys. Stay safe. Be prepared. And have a Merry Christmas. Okay? and enjoy your Christmas. I think that is the most important thing, to enjoy your Christmas, to be with your family, have a good dinner, and have some fun. Okay, guys. It's time for me to go to bed, so take care. And thanks, guys, for stopping by. And I'm out.